I think we can start early. Hello, hello. How are we doing, chat? There's an echo? Why would there be an echo? Huh, hold on, give me one moment. I think I might know why. Test 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello. Test 1 2 now. Hello. Fixed? Yeah, okay. It's because I had my mic audio track on both on 1 and 2 by accident. So that's what happened. Can someone check the VOD real quickly to also make sure this doesn't happen again? Thank you for the 100 stream streak, Antari. Also thank you for the stream streaks from Iron and Nether as well. And thank you for the tier 1 sub, Iron. I appreciate it. Yeah, can someone check the VOD real quickly? Just to make sure it's not going to overlap itself. Hello, May. Please and thank you. Just in case I need to cut out the VOD audio. For this Twitch stream, at least. Let's see. Actually, I can just check real quick. Hold on. You're probably gonna hear double audio real quickly. You still send robotic there? Yeah. Okay. VOD messed up. Yes, and which means I then need to do that. I'm guessing. And now check it. Dude, I don't know why, but my OBS will like have inputs not work and then have inputs that do work. So I don't know why. It just constantly messes up the audio stuff. Like I'll fix something and then it will change itself previously to what I fixed it, so I have to change it back, and it's really annoying. Eisen, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry for the little delay, chat. Treasure hype train. Wow, you guys got a treasure hype train. Nice job. But yeah, so not too sure. Not too sure why that's happening. And it's a thing for the tier 2 at 19 months. Jeez. 19 months, almost 2 years. Crazy. But yeah, is the VOD better now? That it's off wise? Sounds fine now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't understand why it's like that means my game and that has to be off, which then means that needs to be off and that needs to be off, that needs to be off. Like I don't understand OBS sometimes. It really does confuse me. But streaming output 1 VOD. Well, technically no, that should still be there. So that's 4, that's 6. Like a ping and a lot. It really is a little bit weird. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you for Finny. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. And thank you for the follows, chat. Because that's stream 1. That's VOD. Oh, I see the issue. Yeah, okay. Streaming needs to be both in audio channel 1 and 2. Sure, why not? As James Bond. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, because streaming's now there. Music's there. It might change once I switch over to a different scene, so we might have to fix it again. But for now, for the time being, it works. And if not, don't worry. Oh, Antari, thank you for the 5 gifted. Didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. But for now, we will. Hopefully, everything fixes itself, so we don't have to worry. If this VOD does not work on Twitch, I am rolling out the VODs on my YouTube channel right now. So I need to upload some in September, all of October, bit of November, and then we'll be caught up to here. So even if Twitch VOD is not working right, we still have this for the VOD channel because my YouTube recording is separate from how I upload it. So we should be fine there. But anyways, chat, I hope you all enjoyed yesterday's finale for Vampires, whether you watched my POV or anyone else's POV. Very cool. I'm glad. It was a lot, and when I said that this finale was something that no one would expect, it's crazy, right? We genuinely did not expect this finale to be this way. And genuinely, when I say this was not anyone's idea for over half of the recording session. But yeah, so what today's going to be, if I switch over to here, hopefully audio still works. Lovely, it does. That's amazing. I actually have my YouTube video here. We're going to mute the audio unless I want to unmute it because I want to talk to y'all and I don't want y'all to be confused of my voice at the same time of you guys while I'm answering questions, basically. So we're going to watch mine. We're basically going to do a deep dive into my finale and all the behind the scenes in the finale. So it's gonna be very, very fun, and I'm gonna also answer questions as we go. I know you all have a lot of questions. I've seen a lot of questions on Twitter and Tumblr and in the YouTube comments, so I'm aware of what a lot of the questions are. But I'm also going to say I want to answer questions in order of the video, just to make it easier so we're not jumping back and forth between different parts. We have to try to find stuff. Hello, Dreppy. So if you have questions for like towards the ending of the video or somewhere in between, let me know. And then we can try to put up there. But yeah. Let me turn down the music on our side here. And then Kichi, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Let's put on a little lo-fi music. Just a bit more of a chill, calmer vibe. And then let's begin into this. So first off, as always, if you are a fan of Vampire SMP, right? If you're a fan of Vampire SMP, well, there's merch. There is merch in with Vampires SMP. So PAL Creations usually does merch every single SMP that they do, if you don't know. And they usually do an enamel pin. So if you want a little pin that you can put on like a cork board or anything like that, you can get that for pre-order. They already sold over 200 pins already, which was crazy. But the other really, really cool thing is that are these postcards. Like, genuinely, the art done on these postcards by Apple Struda, when us as cast members first saw it, we flipped out. Like, Apple Struda's art design for like this, it's like, in a way, it's that like oil art style that was like you kind of saw that, like, it's a different style than Ravel's, and Ravel Tag was the one that did Owen's art for his videos, but like it almost has that same like oil painting-esque feel to it, and it just fits the narrative of vampires so, like, very watercolor, yes, and it's so cool. It's so pretty. Like, again, I was human all the way through, and I still think the Vampires postcard, the red is so nice in this. Like, I love the castle postcard. And the best part is, you can technically, when you buy the postcards, I believe you get both at vampiresSMP.com. So, if you want to support POW, and you're like, I want to support POW, I like what they do, and these are really cool things, you can either get a pin, or some postcards, or you can get both. And that money that y'all buy helps them. And on Patreon too. Patreon's a big thing. If you're like, I don't really want to do, like, I don't have the money for postcards. If you have as little, I think, as $5 a month, and again, I'm not part of their, I'm not sponsored by their Patreon or anything, but I support their Patreon. POW's Patreon, you basically, at $5, you get everything. So, like, Owen and Apple are going to put more behind the scenes stuff into Vampires on the Patreon. They are going to release the data pack and the map at the beginning of the SMP and at the end of the SMP that y'all can download on the Patreon. So, like, if you like Vampires, if you like POW and you want to see more of their stuff, go check out their Patreon, or go to vampiresSMP.com. It's really, really cool. And if you don't have money, the best thing you can do is just watch our YouTube videos and watch our Twitch streams, because y'all are basically giving us passive income by doing that. Y'all get entertainment, and we get paid for it. So, very, very fun stuff. Now, besides that, I'm gonna do tons of fan art. That also worked. Fan art, you have no idea. Like, I say this, and I've said this before, fan art for majority of SMPs and majority of series is what is like the foundation of SMPs. Like, y'all's fan art, cosplay, like fan fictions, anything that y'all do that's tied to this SMP is what helps like promote and boost the reaction. And it's like, we as cast love fan art. We love seeing it, and we are so grateful that y'all do it because it's so cool. And like, we really don't deserve how much support y'all get for like y'all do for what we do. And we are very appreciative of that, because it helps us a lot, as well as we just love seeing everything y'all do. But yeah, so anyways, we start out here, right? We start out coming outwards into the dark pale oak dark forest, right? The thing with this is we actually had to, again, this is behind the scenes, we ended episode 7, if I can go back a little bit. We ended episode 7 realistically like all the way down here. Like we were like right about to cross into the castle, but we were so far into recording in episode 7 that we kind of basically had to pause and be like, hey, we're gonna rewind this into episode 8 a bit. So that's why when you see like Lagundo's ending, we're already like running on the beach here, but we all start back here in episode 8. That's why we pulled it back a little bit. And the reason why for that is to like have a good way to meet up with Ren, because Ren had to unfortunately miss episode 7 because of Hermitcraft, which honestly valid reason. With the new season of Hermitcraft. And so this little scene was like, hey, let's pull left. Gave us this sort of way to link back up with Rendog. And he was on top of the mountain. We come over here. We have just a nice little conversation with Ren, right? List on just this episode alone and send to a friend, yeah. It's a very cool what's the word? Dynamic in this like sort of area. Because if you haven't seen my Twitter, and I'll probably post it in the Discord as well. I beforehand end of episode 7, I started breaking down into a planning strategy on how the humans can infiltrate into the castle and sneak our way in there to consecrate the beacon, set up fortification, and that fortification is set up to where if we have to fight, this is what we are going to do. We're gonna have walls here, we're gonna have silver here. Like I will fully like explain it in there. But in that plan, I was like, we can pull to the left and it gives us more cover, and we don't have to like swim as much. And so this little like cove area was just a good little like starting spot for us humans. And so we have this fun dynamic. I am going to skip a little bit just because we're not watching the full thing. We're kind of just going over. I do want to say, though, Ren, like, genuinely, Ren's character, if Ren's character was a D&D class, Ren could be a bard. Because anytime Ren gives a speech or has like this uplifting like tone, it boosts D&D after nerdy unlurks after D&D. Yeah, like Ren's speech is like the accent, yeah, but like the actual speech and like the force and like foundation to it. He has such high charisma for his character that anytime he would do a speech, it's the reason why I think in episode 2 or in episode 3, I did my ending with Ren's speech because he has such this like commanding presence when he wants to, that like it bolsters everybody here. And then it also, when Ren does his speech, Martin then will follow along and like hype him up, which then hypes everyone up even more. And so like the speech talking about it, it's so good. Because here's the other thing, right? Going into this, like, I kid you not, going into this SMP, I'll just keep it running. Going into this like into each session of the recording, we have like a 5-minute moment where we're all deafened, and if whoever you're near each other, you're there. But the difference is before we actually see the session start, command, like little like prompt for us, it says say the session started. I get like the feeling that I got when I ran cross country in high school. Like when you're on the starting line and you're waiting for the gun to go off for you to start running. That was the moment. Every single session was that of just we're about like lock in, we're about to do this, and as soon as the session goes, you start. And it's just you like in cross country, you just run. And that's what everyone felt for every single session. And so Ren's like speeches were almost in this way that like after that start, it like kind of boosted your confidence where it's like, oh yeah, we can do this, it's fine. It's the diving block, yeah. Um and so we have this little conversation with Ren. Ren talks about what's happened here, so on and so forth. And then hold on, I need to find it. There's a scene here. I think I might have talked over it. Yeah, here. This is like these are parts where I'm going to just play the audio because it's funny to me, right? Out of character, we have like in character, we have no idea where Ren came from. We don't know what Ren is going to do, right? So when he does this, it's just so funny. Going like, are we okay with seeing Appo? Are we not okay with seeing? And like turns to look at all of us, and we're like, yes, it's fine. And then he's like, oh, I missed you, Appo, and then gives Apple like a kiss on the cheek. It's such a little like good breaking of the tension that it's just funny. It's just so funny. But with that though, right? Like we have this conversation, and then we discuss like who's there. We make plans. I then sort of like explain to Martin in this idea that like, hey, we don't really necessarily have to bust through the castle through the front doors because ideally we don't want to be at the front door if we're there. Okay, so same. It's quiet. What's quiet? Can I have subtitles? Oh no, so I can put on subtitles, yeah, but it's not really going to be much. Like I can turn up the audio when I record it. It's muted for that reason. It's more like we're not watching the video, we're just talking about it while the video's playing. It's entirely just there for it. And when I do play the video, I'll just turn up the audio when we get there, right? So here's a fun thing. This is an out of character behind the scenes stuff, right? When you play the audio, I have them. Yeah, I'll turn up the audio because I forget YouTube audio is quieter than Epidemic Sound. But the funny thing is with this, your videos where it was serious moments and then someone says something instead of being close to tears crying, I was like tears like, yeah, no, which is good. I wanted holy water on me. Like this was an out of character thing. I was wanting at least one bottle of holy water for two things. One, I for the cure and for both the cure and protection, right? So a little bit of out of like character behind the scenes is this SMP is 98% scripted, not scripted, improv. It's 98% scripted on like 2% scripted in the sense that sometimes we will message each other before recording and being like, I want to hit a story beat with you at some point, right? But we don't know how that story beat's going to go, right? So I wanted to hit a story beat with Owen. 90. Oh no, we've been exposed. You know, it's been 98% improv, 2% scripted, I would say. I wanted it Digmug Pearl of her holy water. Yeah. I wanted to hit a story beat with Owen since episode 5 or 6. After he basically screamed at me, you can't take him away from me. You can't take this from me, right? And I messaged him like leading into episode 8 being like, "Hey, if we're at any point having a story beat, I want to at least go through the story beat at least once with you just to get some like tie up to it." And so I wanted holy water for my own protection in case I had to throw it onto him and just stake him there. Or if there was a way to present the possibility of giving him the option to cure, because I know he would not do it willingly. It would have to be the forceful method. I wanted that there instead of just being like, oh, I don't have any on me, I have to go somewhere, yada, yada, yada. So that's why I wanted holy water here. It was mainly for that reason of that story beat. And if I had to use it, I would have to use it, right? Worth it. So worth it. So worth it. Thank God that is, yeah. Mm-hmm. So we have this conversation. Martin's like, well, how many doors are there? Can we just like go through one of the doors? And I'm like, I don't think we have to. I explain this, and then we get into this fun little discussion. And the reason why there's sort of this difference between of like, hey, let's go now, instead of already rushing to there right away, is because in this little document strategy that I put, I was playing this game like a social game. Okay. This is something y'all need to know. Out of character, I was playing this game like a social game. And it's one of the reasons why I wasn't so hostile and aggressive this episode compared to 7. And the reason why is because we learned that the vampires were after Apo. We learned at least that Owen killed Avid in episode 7. We then learn later in this episode that Pyro also killed Avid. And I know, because of that, there's inner turmoil within the vampires going after other vampires. Because now since Owen and Pyro killed Avid, that means Scott and like Shelby and a few others aren't happy with them. And so if we play slower and we play a bit more passive, we could probably wait out until some of the other vampires die. And then we can actually go kill them. Which was working. Which was working. And that's why I didn't like be hostile as much. Or, like, I would still go after them, but like it's the reasons why also, and I'll explain more. But there's a reason why like I'll only chase so much and then like let them like stop chasing or like stop attacking or just run away. Except the vampires. Exactly. Yeah. No human perma-killed a vampire besides the vampires themselves. Because vampires are very slippery with these mechanics. All right, but here's the thing, right? So back to this though. We get to here, right? I tell everyone, be quiet, make zero noise. And I mean zero. Don't punch anything. Don't kill anything. Shift walk, mute your mic, do whatever you can, because we have no idea if they're actually going to be in the castle when we're there. And we need to have the form of surprise on us. What we don't realize, and from our POV, from first person of our perspective, and from Shelby's and Driss' perspective, no one saw each other. But we were this close. I even like jump a little bit here. We were this close to each other, but because of how it's angled, Drift actually can't see us here because Drift is looking like I went into spectator and I spectated through Drift's POV. Drift's looking towards more of the ground and even towards at Shovel to where they're elevated up high enough to where from their POV we are far enough underneath they don't see us. And because of that, since Shelby then walks this way, Drift is also looking down walking this way. So it's just at a point to where like if they waited a little bit longer and then left and they saw us like here when we were crossing over, they could see us from this angle. They can't see us from here. It would have gone very differently, and there probably would have been a fight in the castle. No, we didn't hear them because voice-wise, we were far enough away to where we didn't hear them at this angle. And then when they left inside, they were far enough where we couldn't hear anything. Like that's the crazy part, right? And okay, so now we get into this plan. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit of this. We break in, right? Nice little cinematic touch of breaking in from the backside because we know that the beacon was here. I then tell them, hey, let's go start consecrating the beacon. Let's get it all started. And I say, okay, place a silver block right on top of the beacon here. And then I start doing what I planned on doing. Legs blocked it off here, which I needed blocks from here just because I was going I'm taking from their storage. I know there's a storage in here, I'm taking from it. So I put 3 block walls here. I put 3 block walls here. I then push Lagundo's wall. I break it down. I also break down Ren's little post, but I put the wall 1 block further upwards this direction, right? And I'm going to pause this here to explain this once it's all in place, because I know there's an angle. This. Okay. So technically we're only supposed to use 1 silver block here, and also the staircase isn't supposed to be here because there's technically there's a ladder with trapdoors that you can get up through here. So there is a reason why it is made in this design. Okay? So 3 block tall, 4 block tall. The 4 block tall wall is if you're walking into this grand hall area, you can't see me behind the silver block, and it's hard to see who's all here and who's all hiding behind other blocks. The other thing is, if this wasn't here, the only way the vampires could get to them is by going on the side pass this way. And the other reason why these walls are here, it's so that even though they have bow and arrows, they can't shoot us with arrows because of these walls. And if they get close enough to the wall, that means I know they are close enough to where I can start hitting them with my sword because they're trying to break the wall down. The other thing is that this silver block is within the 1 block radius to where they can't actually get here until they break this block. But I am standing on it, defending this block. And then the other thing is that if they're like, okay, we're going to lunge over, they lunge over into a death trap because there's a silver block here, which means this block radius is in a sphere. So 1, 2, 3. So basically this whole area, besides the little corners, gives weakness. This whole area, 1, 2, 3, 4, gives weakness. Ruin their carpet. That was their beautiful carpet. So this is why it's like this. It's that if they use their lunge ability to lunge over the wall to try to get somewhere, they go into a death trap of weakness, and they would have to break out of here, which we can then just start hitting them. Show up during this, watch a fight. And, oh, yeah, no. I was kind of hoping for at least a mini fight, out of character-wise, just because it would have been really, really cool to have, fight in this, trench-esque warfare, right? And originally these aren't supposed to be here, so they would have to pillar up or use the staircase here to get to them. and it would just stall for more time, right? But that's why this is like this. It's because I'm protected from arrows. They can place blocks here to protect themselves from arrows if they need to. They can't walk this way. They would have to use their bat form or their lunge ability to get here. The other cool thing, which I didn't do, and I'm glad I didn't do because I didn't realize, again, Shelby and Drift were so close by. Through the wall, like back here, silver, again. And if they broke this wall, that means they're close enough to me where I can hit them and they can't hit me because it's 4 block radius that gives weakness. But the other thing I wanted to do is destroy this section right here of the roof. I wanted to make a skylight in the rooftop. This is another thing I found, but I'll explain this in a little bit. I wanted to make a skylight in the rooftop because since it was daytime, if they decided to leap into here or bat into here and try fighting, they would have gotten slowness and they would have had a 50% damage reduction on their damage to us while fighting in the sun. And we would have been, it would have just been a death trap for them. We didn't do that just because we didn't know how risky that would actually be. They're going to see you for castle damage. It's fine. We didn't do it. But then I go back in and I start searching for their storages. I assume all these are blocks, so I start looking through here to try to find other items that they might have, whether it be like extra silver, any extra books, so on and so forth, right? And so I open this chest, nothing, go down to here, and I quickly glance, and if you know me, I love myself TNT. And I saw 9 gunpowder. And I know I have some gunpowder back at my house. Chat, I kid you not. During that week, up to episode 8, I was doing damage testing with the Holy Word and Cobweb combination. Because, fun fact, there was a possibility that the Cobwebs were gonna get nerfed. Or they were being able to be broken faster. And so I was planning to Holy Word someone, put 2 cobwebs on them, box them inside a box, like just a cobblestone box with a silver block on top, or even just, depending on who it was, or even just put them in 2 stacks of cobwebs, right? And then count down from the 15 seconds of cooldown once I used it. And then on the 5th second, place a TNT down and ignite it at the vampire's feet when they were stuck in cobwebs. Because they would have either died instantly from the explosion, but damage was reduced by half. So they would have gotten very low to below half health to where they could be crit with a stone sword or crit out with an axe and they would have died. And I wanted a moment to happen, if I was able to this episode, to where I could Holy Word somebody and basically kill them with TNT in Minecraft. Because in my head, there are 2 things for that. 1, it's effective. Well, technically a few things in my head. 1, it's effective. 2, it terrifies the vampires even more. And then 3, the fan art would have gone insane. And I would have, you can't, you only have to balance more mechanics. Basically, yeah. Like, I was way, like, I had this and I'm like, this would have been such a fun thing if it happened. It's a shame it didn't. But if I was able to, I maybe could have done it to Drift, but I wasn't thinking, and I'll explain, like, I need to explain my thoughts during that fight with Drift and Scott, but we're not there yet. But yeah, so basically I get gunpowder and cobwebs, so on and so forth. Look through stuff, try to find anything, and then all of a sudden Apo hears somebody, which is Drift, and we just all go silent and shift. Also, thinking of the follows, I appreciate. When do we get a villain abolish? I've been depending on the SMP. If it's another one like this, I have ideas for villain characters. The cobwebs, you just need to, and it would have been cool. Yeah, but again, my whole thing as a creator, as a player and a creator, with my character is he is strategic to where he doesn't rely on like perfect timing. He relies on that it will work 100% if he does it this way. And so that was the reasoning. The thing is, I don't think I would have been able to kill Drift with it when Drift was in the cobwebs because I would have to wait for timing. Scott was running towards me. It wouldn't have like worked as well. And then the TNT would have destroyed the cobwebs, which means Drift would have been able to get out if Drift wasn't dead. So you're only thinking about any of these? Oh no, I was. I would 100% was. And then at this point, again, creator me then realizes we're running towards the beacon, and if they already turned the tower, there's probably more than just one of them at the obelisk. So I'm like, why don't we just take their one on top of the mountain? Because there's no point of us running there when the vampires are most likely already there turning it. Going to be a castle during a and so that's why I'm like, let's go this way. Because realistically, there's no point. Why am I so smart? Because I played a lot of video games that are like this. That are like capture objective points, and if someone's already there, there's no point. Try taking another one. But yeah, so like it's just how it is. So we basically go there, come to this point, and then I tell people, hey, they probably can teleport, so beware there might be a vampire already here. It's just capture the flag, basically. If you think about it that way, it is very much like capture the flag. Imagine myself in the life series. Even crazier, imagine me and Scott on a team in the life series. That would be terrifying. That would be terrifying. Speaking of Scott though, let me pause the music here real quickly. There's this fun little story beat. Or like fun little moment. It's sort of me out of character, but it's also just my like nonchalantness with this character of like there's just a bat already here, which I think was just Scott being invis as a bat or something. I don't know, which I kind of realized, right? My voice here is so funny. Oh, hi, Scott. Because like in character, I just like out of character, I only heard Scott say hi, and so I didn't clock. I'm like, oh yeah, Scott's a vampire, and so I'm like, oh hi, and then I'm like, wait, I lock back, lock back into this, please. Which is very funny, which is a very silly moment, right? Because he genuinely he does not care for these vampires. He just wants to leave. Like if he has to kill, he has to kill. But ultimately, if he can have again the social game that I was talking about, I was being less aggressive until I had to be. It played into my unbotherness, exactly, yeah. the story again. You were talking to the vampires. No, yeah. And then again, they start shooting arrows, and this is again why we had the 3-block high wall in the castle. By the way, I just want to say aura move on my part. I was getting blocks in my inventory, but I was taking my sweet time. I just stood still, and not a single arrow hit me after I stood still. Like, one arrow hits me at the very start after I was doing something, and I'm like, okay, grab blocks. Doesn't move. Unfazed. Just stands there, just like not moving. Realistically, I was grabbing blocks out of my inventory, but it's just like, I do not care. I will not move, and you will miss me still. I got some bad aim. It's just Minecraft arrows. They're just being really they just fly at different angles when you're farther away. So yeah, then we take this, and then I discuss, hey, what about the crypt? Because they haven't gone to the crypt yet. We can actually probably, even if they're already to the crypt, fighting at the crypt at this point, they haven't taken it, means that it's a good chance that we can probably take it or like defend it. And so I suggest, hey, let's go to town, get any resupplies that we need on like food or blocks or whatnot. We find Apo. Apo ran to the obelisk. Apo almost died. We didn't know that. I just gave Apo a few bits of food. So here's another thing. There is actually, I'll explain it more. I'll explain it more later on. But there's something with Apo that I was specifically doing. All right, so we get boats. We make the boats. I say go right. Laguna's like, we can't go here. I'm like, we're running across town. We have to, which we're in the daylight. Genuinely? No, like, I think I'm the only one that, like, clocked it. But a lot of the humans were still terrified of the vampires, even when it was daytime. Like, vampires are fast when they're level 1 in the day, which means they're just weak. They just can't run away. But level 2 and level 3 vampires, they do less damage to you in direct sunlight, which we were fully in. And we were just here, so I was trying so hard to be like, it's not that scary. We can fight in the day, which is you have to be careful at night. They go, hey friend? No, there's a reason, there's a different reason. So we do here, and then we probably, okay, Noah, like, genuinely, out of, like, this portion of the recording, it's probably like a good 3 or 4 minutes where all of us are just silent in this, crypt. Who worked with vamps and did more scary things than vampires. And so we were probably quiet in this crypt for a long time, just burying Avid further. They don't even know it. No, exactly. We didn't know that Avid died here. And so if we stayed quiet, Scott and Pyro would have been less cautious, but Scott hears Pearl, and then because of Martin's darn glowing shield, he then sees it, pulls back, and is like, they're in there. Well, at least Pearl and Martin are, and they run, and they come back later, and they just block it off. Right, and they just have like a little mini firing squad when we like run out, but again, it's just them with arrows, so they aren't doing anything to us. Pyro at the crypt, Avid style. Honestly, that could have happened. But then we come back, we pull back out, and then we have this nice little conversation about like, okay, what do we do from here? Because it's getting night, we can't go anywhere at night. The only two places we have are the castle or here. And we just discussed a little bit about the beacon, and then it starts raining. The little cinematic shots of the rain that I get on like these portions. The rain design, honestly, one of my favorite scenes, like when editing vampires, has been the rain. Scott was planning to get rid of Pyro. Ah, I see. We did not learn what Martin's special ability was, no. Neither did we learn about Ren's. The rain sound design I did with the cinematics was probably one of my favorite editing stuff to do, because rain is just such a nice little element. Can you spill? Like I generally don't know what Martin's ability was or Ren's was. Yeah, I did know about that with Pyro, because Pyro had to do like IRL allegations coming up like unexpectedly. And so we're like, hey, what do we do here? Because out of character, we are still content creators, right? And so we were like, we can't just stay in the script the entire night and not do anything. The vampires aren't going to do anything. We're not going to do anything. So let's head to the castle. Because even if we catch one vampire off guard, let's just run to the castle. The thing was, the vampires were listening on to us at this point in time. But because Lagundo ran off from the group, and I noticed Lagundo ran away from the group, in my head I'm like, we can't leave a human at night in the rain by themselves. We have to head back. Because of this heading back, there were vampires waiting for us in the castle that went, where did they go? Why aren't they here yet? This is out of character. We had no idea about this until after the recording session. And so we were like, okay, well, I guess we're going to town then, because if Leg said he had to go do something, he must have gone to town. Corruptin Raiders, welcome on in. Hope you all had a wonderful, wonderful stream. Thank you for the raid, Corruptin. We're just talking about Vampires SMP right now, and like sort of silently watching my episode as I talk about what happened behind the scenes. And answering questions. And so we talk about that. We run over there. It was so good. I'm glad. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Everclock, Owen and Legs, your relationship. Like, did he ever look at? He never went like question mark to Owen and Legs' relationship. When he saw that Owen was talking to Legs at the lake at the one point, it was sort of this idea in his mind of like, he's seen humans talk to vampires before. They're just on equal footing. We don't know where Legs went. We generally don't know where Legs went. We just thought he ran like to like Owen or Cleo or somebody. Like, we had no idea. Generally, Legs was lost in the woods, and we had no idea. So there was never this question of like why he's talking to Owen. It was just more like, it's a human talking to a vampire. I've seen it before. It's normal. He's probably just trying to like help in some way. But then we come back, check if vampires are here. No vampires are here. Rain dissipates. Then it's the moon. And then as we're running out, we get this little Cleo and Apple confrontation. Now, realistically, I know Cleo has not done anything. And again, it is why I am playing the social game. And I, at one point, not crit, but just punch Appo with my iron axe a few times. There's like one there. I then punch her again, I think like here. It's not enough damage to kill, but I know it takes like 3 or 4 hearts from a vampire. There are two reasons because of this. One, I want Appo to stop going after Cleo. The other thing is, out of character, I might be intentionally trying to make Appo weaker. Again, Abolish knows that if all humans want to leave, they'll have to kill every vampire eventually, which means he's gonna have to kill Appo, he's gonna have to kill Cleo. But also, he knows that Appo is a target for the vampires. So if I punch Appo a few times and just give Appo barely enough food to keep her just around level 2 to eventually dropping to level 1, it makes it to where Appo's a bit easier for the vampires to try to stake. And then I don't have the blood on my hands for it. If I don't have to fight, and I can do it by someone else's means, because the vampires want to get the final kill, I'll assist in the process. But then we have this, like, less paperwork. This was the other thing, right? And, like, I'll explain it when like fighting Pyro. But I didn't care about killing the vampires right away. But I'll explain why though. Later on. But this little confrontation with like Appo and Cleo, I had to cut out so much. There's probably a good 10-15 minutes of like Appo and Cleo butting heads. Why were they beefing? They were beefing, I kid you not, from this point on, all the way until our first break in the recording session. And so, did have a moral compass, he would be terrifying. Yeah. During the break, no, because it was out of, like, when I say beefing, it's in character beef. Out of character, once we hit break, they were like, we are taking too long in this conversation, we need to end it somehow. Like, they were just going in circles, but they didn't know how to, like, goes, yeah, like, out of character, like, we are taking too long in this darn conversation, we need to figure out how we're gonna end this, like, this little beef that we're having at each other's throats right now. Like, it's just like in characters, the characters don't like each other because Cleo has a moral code that Cleo's like character follows, and Appo has broken basically every single code of that and does not care. Not the session went for like almost right a little over 5 hours, like 5 hours of recording, and then like pre-session stuff as well and post-session stuff. So like probably 6 hours in total of stuff. But I'll explain why. But the other session's 2 hours. It was a 2-hour session. Normally, it'd be 1 hour at the start. We get like a 10 to 15 minute break, and then in 1 hour afterwards were our normal recording sessions. Do I have a vampire rulebook? I know, like, personally, no. I just know how vampires act. It's at the same time, and this is jumping ahead, but it's the same time of how, like, this was out of character. My reaction to hearing that Shelby killed Pyro, that's me being like, Shelby? because Shelby's been a pacifist the entire time, right? And so, like, both in character and out of character, it like shocked me that Shelby killed Pyro. And hold on, okay, if there's ads, I'll wait real quick. I'll wait real quick. Just let me know when ads are done. But hold on. All right, so the ASMR keyboard. Yeah. So, but how's everyone been so far? Y'all been enjoying it? Like people were so shocked by your character no longer pacifist. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like out of character, I'm like, oh, this makes sense. Yeah, no, Vampires has been great. Like genuinely, I hope Pow invites me back to do more SMP stuff. It's been so much fun. And genuinely, this cast has been so amazing and great to work with, both on like a creator level and just like the fun little conversations we have in the Discord. It's been super fun. Speaking of, I'll say this again, but for those who don't have ads, I'll be streaming on Thursday as well. Thursday stream is going to be Blood on the Clock Tower. Yes, because I forgot that the Vampire cast is going to be doing some Blood on the Clock Tower on the 20th. Blood on the Clock Tower is basically like Town of Salem, but more fun, I think. Like to see from Pow? I would love for Pow, like, genuinely, I would love for Pow to do, like, a proper, and I mean proper, post-apocalyptic zombie SMP. But have it to where, and I've had this idea for an SMP for a long time. I'm not going to say what it is, but, like, the idea of a proper post-apocalyptic SMP would go so hard if done right. If done correctly. As a streamed-based SMP, it would be so much fun. Type of Christ figure, in the sense of, like, literary terms. He sees Doc as just a good person, not so much as, like, a follower of a religion. Just that he is a kind individual more than anything. That he wanted to do no harm because of his past. All right, but are we all done with ads? Are ads all good? Ads are done. Cool. Well, that's why I want to make sure. I want to make sure ads were done. But anyways, at some point, V-Boss tries to kill the Prime Vampire. Not sure if he succeeds or not. Is the ultimate self-sacrifice character. No one does good. So, I wouldn't say so. No, I don't think he would be in that type of way. He just sacrificed himself. All right, but we have this cool little conversation, and by the way, I wanted to give like this scene here. I wanted to give Cleo some like a little bit of an aura. Because there's a moment where like Cleo's like, and this is where you're wrong, Appo. And it's right here where like Cleo backs away and then like bamps back into human form, and it just slowly descends like a queen, and it's just such a sick shot. And I'm like, I gotta get, because like Cleo was making sense here. Like genuinely, Cleo was like, y'all are helping this person that turned sausage. And even like in character, Abolish, like his thoughts were like, yeah, Leo's making sense. They're making right points. And so like for fan art, maybe in the future for tier 2 and tier 3. But like it made sense. And like on Thursday, I don't know exactly if there's a time frame or not, but we'll figure that out. For Blood on the Clock Tower. And so we just have this conversation. It's just this constant talk. This is where we learn where Pyro also killed Owen. And then there's this cool little scene where we're talking about it, and Cleo goes, "Yeah, it's Pyro." And then, by the way, it's so funny because there is a moment where I think it's Owen's video where he is just watching in the shadows, like back here in Viz. And there, if you pay attention to the background, it's just me running around, not standing still. And it's so funny because it's basically anytime Owen was getting a shot, I'm just somehow running around in the background of this conversation because I am on a high alert because I'm like, it is night right now. We are in the middle, not even close to town. We don't have any actual beacon to go to. And so if any vampires do want to actually attack us right now, it is here. It is in this moment. And so that's why I'm running around. It's because I'm trying to, like, one, not be stationary, but then two, also have this like vigilance on to make sure, like, if I see anything. But then they start chasing after Owen. I'm like, this is why are we chasing after Owen? I didn't realize what it was, so I turned back over to Cleo and Pearl because I'm like, well, they're gonna go chase after them. We have this conversation, and then Martin comes back and like, hey, Specs just killed Owen because how it was done, which was crazy because it made a really cool moment. Because I heard that Owen died now. So in my head, I'm like, okay, Owen's now tier 1. He's no longer a threat. Silver Axe crit onto a frozen bat will definitely kill a vampire. Because bats only have Owen in the bedroom. It was funny. So the thing is, right, if a bat dies, the vampire dies. And a bat only has 3 hearts. So 3 or 4 hearts. So 1 axe crit will instantly kill a bat. So like bat form is weak. You just got to be careful with the movement for it. If it's internal threat or not list. Yep. Basically. And then this happened. And this is what I was trying to do. Could have staked, but content. Yeah, no, exactly. I also don't think we realize. I don't think you can stake a bat and it kills the vampire. We don't know that code wise. Apo growing weak. Yep. If we go back here, back to this moment here, Apo. I'm going to pause the music so we can hear this bit, since we're to this part now. So there's a moment, I don't know if I put it in my video, where Scott tells us, oh, so you let Appo to die. Appo's getting chased by like 5 vampires right now. And then in Appo's panic of this, look how she sounds. Like, oh my gosh. Like, it's relief but also fear because Appo was getting chased and probably got hit a few times, which means their blood bar went down a few times. So what do? I give just enough food of what I have on me at the moment, just to be like, hey, here's a form of kindness, just to keep them going enough throughout the day. I then hit Appo a few times at the start of here, telling Appo to back off, which then forces again more of that blood to go down, because Appo didn't eat the food right away. Hold on, I'm just turning down the music audio again. Appo didn't eat the food right away. And so even if they did, raw food only gives like 1 bar. Like the amount that I gave Appo maybe gave her like 2 bars, which goes away after a while, especially if you're running around because it acts as hunger. Bottles give you way more because it's easy, because you can hold more and you get like more out of a bottle because it's just blood, right? And because of this conversation that Appo had with Cleo, right? Appo was too distracted on noticing her blood bar was getting low. And so once this moment happens, Appo is now down to either tier 2 or tier 3. You feel a vampire's darkness lines that you. A vampire near you has lost a piece of their essence and grows weaker. And then I verbally state out loud, tier 1 or tier 2, I don't know which one. I then say out loud, you've gotten weaker on purpose. Just so if there was any other lurking vampires in the area, they would out loud know that Appo is slightly weaker. I was going into this fully playing the long game of nutrition, of like nutrition and longevity of fights. So then we have this conversation here, which you can tell, and I want to make it very, very clear. I don't think anyone else got done this. Hey, look, I was playing this to survive, and if that means I had to kill every single vampire, I was gonna make sure I had the least amount of issues when it came to just humans versus vampires. So this moment right here, it's so funny to me, just because I basically tell them, hey, go into the castle, right? And so like we're going to get turned, right? And I love the vampires' idea of, oh, we just don't have to get near the beacon and silver blocks. It's just by using ranged weapons. And I just go full like, oh, you want to think bows will work? And shields. Because I know for certain not everyone's carrying over more than like maybe a stack and a half to 2 stacks of arrows. And if we're hiding behind cover, they aren't going to just be shooting that much. See, and that was my thing. Humans can play the long game. Humans can play the longevity game of, hey, we can last longer in a fight because we have food. I still have 46 baked potatoes. I still have like over almost half a stack of cooked steak. I also had cooked food in my house. Like nutritional wise of like hunger, humans were okay. We could endurance it all. And so my entire thing going into this episode 8 was that it's okay if I don't kill a vampire right away. Because eventually they will be level 1 and they will not be able to do anything to us. Because a level 1 vampire is just a human. They don't got any abilities besides turn into a bat. And they can die by a stake, and they have to get silver if they want armor. But we also have abilities because once you become a vampire, you lose all your abilities once you turn back to a human. Or even if you go back down to being human, you don't keep your abilities. So, as a vampire outside of Ochres, I feel it in his bones. Humans are endurance hunters, exactly. And so we had this conversation, and then there's this funny little story beat right after. Where is it? Here, where I'm basically like, look, I didn't want to actually kill anybody. Like, I make it very clear to Cleo, I didn't want to kill anyone. And I'm also done with the whole, like, you killed XYZ person because it's like, yeah, because I have to. They destroyed the farms, but yours because it was inside. Yeah, no, exactly. It's another moment where I already anticipated that the vampires at one point were going to try to destroy all the human farms. I encased my farm, connecting it to my house, because I know I could just grow more potatoes in there and just wait it out. So I like Cleo's already been like, you place the silver block like this, and I'm like, at my point, my character does not care, and so Cleo's yelling at me for it. Your question, yeah. Yeah. Also, Hello Kitty, but point out you've entered the house. Even has anyone at any point even the only time was when we did the uh like house showcase. No, exactly. And so it's so funny because it's just this moment. When the enemy is relaxed, make them toil. When full, starve them. When settled, make them move. Exactly. I was taking the exact prompt of Sun Tzu into this. But no, Cleo's like, you stabbed, you did this. I'm like, yes, yes, yes. Because that's what I normally do when I have to fight a vampire. I want to leave. And if that means I have to kill, I will start killing in a video game, in Minecraft. Like, what else am I supposed to do exactly? But like Cleo's character genuinely is such a good character because of the vampire code that they follow. And so we have this little clarification. Again, we are still having this like talk to Cleo, by the way. And so we talk about we need to go. Cleo asks where Legs. Oh, this is also a funny moment. Hold on. Hold on, gonna turn that up. Going to mute that. But there's just this funny little moment that is just so good. I was so done with not specifically this conversation, but with the thought of Lagundo just randomly leaving. And we've all been this entire time has been like we're staying near each other. I hear that exactly. Like Legs just dipped, and so instead of being like, "Oh, we don't know where the doc is, we don't know where Legs is," I just say the doctor, which I don't think I've ever said until this point. It's so we don't know where we don't know where doctor is. The doctor left us. Like it's just such a funny like part, right? And so we're like, okay, well they're at the crypt now with the vampires. We just gotta go. We just gotta leave. But to answer your question, where was Cleo in my strategy, and how was I planning to deal with Cleo? Okay, so I'm gonna answer this now. I had an order of who I wanted to die, who I wanted out of character to kill or have dead first in this series. And the main people in the order was either after Avid died, Pyro Owen, one of them then dead, then Scott, then Sausage, then either Shelby or Drift, and that just leaves Apo and Cleo. Then we kill Apo, and then we have to kill Cleo, which means you probably have to kill Pearl. In my head, throughout this series, because of how close Pearl and Cleo was, I was like, we're gonna have to kill Pearl. At some point, a human's gonna have to kill Pearl. Because I know Pearl's gonna defend Cleo. Unless Cleo wants to unless Cleo and Apo get cured. That was the only thing. And the reason why Apo isn't higher up on my list to be a target is because I know Apo is like competent in her PvP and is like can be aggressive, as we saw when Apo literally saw Cleo and just struck first. Is that Apo was helping us, and so that's why I kept Apo so long, and like didn't actively try attacking Apo, is because Apo was helping the humans. The vampires were after Apo, and instead of that, I would just plan to make Apo weaker as the episodes went along, to where either Apo could have been deaded by a vampire, or weak enough to where we could have just taken her out ourselves, of me, Martin, and Ren, and Pearl. Because realistically, Cleo, I think Cleo also, if needed, would have taken the became human route if needed. Did this start in episode 7? No, this was my pacifism. Like my character being pacifist and like not attacking doesn't mean he wasn't observing who was the most hostile and dangerous. Like that started since episode 2, 3. Like once I started clocking, like once I found the book that mentioned vampires, I pretended that I was scared of vampires still. I then started trying to do process of elimination of who's a vampire and who's who. Like, I clocked Pyro as a vampire out of character episode 2, for those who don't know. Because episode 1, he was walking around with a torch in the middle of the night, and then episode 2, when it was just me and him out in the middle of the night, he was seeing everything clear as day, but had no torch in his hand. So, like, I was clocking every vampire. Like, episode 3, I did a whole, like, Among Us thing where, like, this is for those who don't know, because some of you have come see my stuff later into the series when I was explaining this in, like, older streams. Me and Lagundo came back from mining, and we were like, where is everybody? And then we saw Pearl and me and Lagundo came back from mining. We came back, saw Pearl and Cleo. That means those two are confirmed. Avid and Drift have been in town, and Cleo and them have confirmed them being safe. Which then means, and then they were also in town, so they were safe. Cleo then cleared Martin and Ren and Sausage, because those two were in town until they ran to the castle. Which then I already knew Pyro technically out of character, but like I knew Pyro out of character was a vampire. I saw Scott at one point listening into conversation with onto like Apo and Pyro's house. And I'm like, okay, that's suspicious. We then didn't know where Owen was, and also Owen made a comment that seemed a little off, which then left. No, sorry. How it went was, I know those two, and then Shelby came back into town and was like, yeah, I was fishing with Pyro, Owen, and Scott. And so in my head, I'm like, okay, middle of the night, deciding to fish, and I can clock Pyro out of character. Scott, definitely suspicious. If they're doing it in the middle of the night, either Owen and Shelby both got turned, or one of them also was already turned, and then they turned the other one. That's what went through my head in that conversation by like episode 3 or 4, or episode 3. And then I clocked Cleo because Cleo made the comment of like, oh, I'm starving, and started killing the cattle with Owen, who we all knew was a vampire by that point in time, but didn't seem to care. Akira, thank you for 26 months. I appreciate it. So yeah, like, I was observant, both out of character and in character. Did I ever clock Apo? I didn't clock Apo. I knew Apo seemed a little weird, because Apo's like, there's one moment in the tavern where it's me, Lagundo, Sausage, and Ren, and Apo walks in, and we make the comment about like vampires and such, and Apo starts looking down at the ground and like makes just slight comments here and there about like in such, and so like the mannerisms. Did I clock Avid? I actually didn't clock Avid. I didn't clock Avid or Drift because they got turned at the same time when I wasn't around. And so in my head, until Lagundo called out Drift, I was like, okay, there's that. I don't think Avid got turned because that was by the end of that session. And then Avid just came out as like, oh, I'm a vampire, like literally the next episode. So it was within that brief moment I didn't really like know it. But it was funny because I said you have a lot of thinking to do, which meant towards him as a vampire hunter, not that he's now a vampire himself. So, ever kill / work with any supernaturals other than... probably, yeah. He most definitely has. Not often, but he has. at the same time, kind of. No, exactly. That's why. But yeah. So, anyways, we get into here though. So, but just to say though, I've been observant and I've been like in my head calculating who needs to die first in order of who is most aggressive slash hostile to humans slash in PvP wise who's going to be the biggest issue. I'll tell you all about what 499 is, but at the end of this. In the town beacon. Oh yeah, no, I did too, and that's also why I crashed out, because I'm like, if you're a human, why are you moving all this silver? That was another reason why I was like, okay, that's suspicious. You're living in the tower now and you're breaking all my silver and my defenses. So then we have this. Apo talks a bit more about conversation. And again, we are... This is what I mean about this conversation was so long. It is now Minecraft day. The sun is rising in Minecraft. And then Cleo and Apo continue to argue again. But we're now in the castle. Those two characters did not like each other. Out of character, wonderful people. Amazing. But in character, they were at each other's throats because of Apo breaking so much of what Cleo's, like, code was. And so they argue. I then get tired of it. You literally just see me go, like, looking at all the lights to, like, the star. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go search for more stuff. And I just go back into the storage room to see if I can find anything else that could be useful. In character, yeah, exactly. And so I then come back. They're still like arguing and talking about stuff. This, for context, this is the last moment before there is then a we see on our screens a session like mid break. And then we jump back into here. And this is now after the break. Which we then finish it within Martin being like, y'all are still bickering and arguing at each other? Like, bickering at the town, bickering here, bickering there. Like... So Martin tries to end it. Then Apo then bickers with Martin for a bit. And then Martin bickers back to Apo. And so, like, this then happens, right? Which then... And then the saving grace is Rendog. Who's like, hey... Instead of all this, like, jibber-jabber, it smells bad in here, let's just leave, grab some stuff, and go. Let's go back and start rebuilding the town. And so, again, I'm trying to find more, like... I know they have Deep Slate in here somewhere, so that's what I'm trying to find. Find it, grab it, and then we leave. We then realize the vampires, Pyro, Scott, were waiting on the bridge. Why Deep Slate? Just a cooler block. It's a cooler block texture than stone. And so then I'm like, okay, I'm chasing after Pyro. Because even though I heard Scott, I'm chasing after Pyro. Because again, in my head, my two top people that I want either weak or killed are Pyro and Owen right now, because they are the most aggressive. And so even though this entire confrontation happens, right, I get a little crit off here on Pyro. Pyro lunges. I'm like, oh, you got movement? Well, I got movement. I shoulder barge. I jump and shoulder barge, launching myself forwards into the water, accidentally hitting Apo. and then I chase after Pyro. And even though Pyro's ahead of me, I still got a crossbow. So I dink him once, get his hearts a little bit lower to force the blood bar, again, the blood bar to regen. He just continues to run, does not want the fight with me or Pyro. And so then he swims again. I'm like, I'm not chasing after this guy. I miss the first arrow, line up, take the second arrow hit. Then I miss the third arrow, but I got the second arrow hit. Again, reducing the blood bar more. I'm like, in my head, I'm done with this. I'm not chasing after this guy. And I leave. Because again, in my head, as long as I do damage to these vampires, they are going to get to a point where they do not have food. They do not have any more blood, and their hunger is what's going to get them to level 1. You basically did weaken them on purpose, and it worked for Pyro. No, exactly. That's why. Like the whole time. Yeah, no, I refuse to chase, because if I was able to kill them, I would. But if they would just keep chasing, eventually, I'm like, there's no point in chasing, because I will run out of food if I chase them. But they already are going to run out of stuff eventually way longer. War of attrition strategy is scary, yeah. And then I run across Owen. Now, for those who weren't here, yes, I could have killed Owen right here, like right here and then. I could have used the stake. I could have ended Owen here, and so on and so forth. But there was a story beat I wanted to happen. Would have been lame, exactly. There is a story beat that I wanted to happen, where I wanted to ask Owen, what was the thing that he was yelling me about when he killed Lagundo? And so in this moment, Owen already sounds done and defeated. So in my character also, he's not just going to kill someone who is already claiming defeat. If he can just end them in the most... Here's how he sees it, right? If he cures Owen, he's now a human, no more issues. If he forces this cure on Owen and he refuses, then he's dead. Which also, quickest and painless way in his mind to go. So he does not matter. So at this point in time, he knows Owen is not a threat, because he is level 1. Because he died to Ren. And so he then is like, hey, I want to just have the story beat. And this is why I'm like, can we go somewhere else? I didn't want anyone to like interrupt us in this conversation. And so we walk along. I give him silver. I give him armor. Again, trying to build trust with this person that has been hostile to me, and I have been hostile back towards a little bit, to show that, hey, I am not trying to fight you right now. Scott was 3 on the list, exactly. And so I give him the chestplate, give him whatever. Because I also know, even if I don't kill Owen right now, it's the same thing with Apo, the vampires don't like Owen. Vampires don't like Owen. So, like, even if I don't do anything, and I at least get the story beat in, vampires are still going to go after him. And so, it's fine. Like, this is a win-win situation for me no matter what. Shelby would have murdered him? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, ultimately, there was, like, no threat from Owen to abolish now at this point in time. Not even Owen liked Owen. As soon as possible, him goes hard, yeah. On Scott and Shelby's list. Exactly, because they killed Avid. And Owen was not friends anymore at that point. So, like, It's why I played the social game. It's why I didn't kill Owen here. It's why I didn't chase after Pyro. It's why I like only weakened them and not fought. It's because I knew the vampires were in turmoil and some of them were probably going to die or get weakened by in fighting. Conflicts between the vampires. We didn't know, unless like we were told about it in the Discord. We didn't know anything specifically, like once after call. But even then, like once like in a call afterwards, anything that we say that isn't in session, we don't take with us into the session because that's just metagaming, and we don't do that. So, but generally, this moment right here was such a good moment for like me to showcase my lore and like explain myself to Owen, because Owen's been curious about my character. He's been asking who I am and where I come from, but I haven't told him. And so now at this point of like, he's now weaker. It's fine if he now gets that chance to understanding Owen. So here's the thing, right? And I think there's a difference between my getting to understand Owen versus the doctor. And it's the fact that because I have dealt with vampires before, I have had these conversations already. And so I understand a vampire, and it's the same way as like Owen kept saying, it's a gift. It's a gift. You can't take this gift away from me. And so once I pieced like what he told me together, it was the sense of he had a connection to this person that gave him being a vampire, but now that person's gone, and the only thing that he has left is being a vampire that still holds attachment to the person that he cared for. And so vampires treat it as a gift. And so like it's the understanding that he's had these conversations before. He understands why vampires can think this way. He's going into this neutral. And he lets Owen speak, and then he just responds back to what he thinks is the best thing to say. And desperate. Yeah, like it's a very different dynamic. Again, Abolish didn't care for the cure. Pre-death therapy. Like if he was to kill Owen, he was to kill Owen. If Owen got cured, he got cured. If he didn't, he didn't. He did not. No, I mean like he didn't care for curing Owen in the regards of like if he wanted to be cured, he would have been fine with it. But even if he said no, he was still fine with it. That was Owen's choice. Ultimately, out of all this. And so that's kind of why this is here. Yeah, no desired outcome to change his like I'm not trying to force to be like you got to be cured or you got to do this, cuz like ultimately he knew Owen was a threat. Therapist was on the job application. Not having any personal investment in Owen has made it easy for Owen. No, exactly. Like it's almost Abolish character wise is basically just this third party who does not care what happens to the vampires or humans, as long if people live, people live. If people die, well, we're in that situation, unfortunately. I'll go to that. Should have been a therapist. I still got an occupation in 2006. I can't be a therapist. Why build a grave for Owen but not Pyro? Because I didn't know Pyro died. Is V Abolish a psychopath? No. You have to understand, like, what I'm explaining to y'all, like, my methodology is in the sense of V Abolish is genuinely like, he is a kind person, but he also understands that he has to do this stuff, and this is what he's had to do before for work. And what I tell you about like my strategies and like being observant and all the stuff that I plan for ahead of time and like understanding is just how I play the game. Because ultimately, I also treated this game like a variation of the Life series. Towards like, there possibly is one winner, and I want to be that winner. So that does mean I have to treat this game like a game outside of Lauren's story, but still fit it somewhere into the narrative in some way. Because I wanted to win. And so that's why all of these methods, it's just me as a creator playing this game. I am a sweat when it comes to this, like when it comes to Minecraft. Yeah, the setup and mechanics very much feel like Life series, but there's this narrative of roleplay, which, by the way, I don't know if any of you know this, but when we were presented the document, because like if you don't know, Pal presents this like slideshow PDF as a way to invite people, being like, hey, we want you to be part of this SMP. Here's what it's going to be about. Yeah, like a pitch. Basically, it's a pitch. Here's what it's going to be about. Here's what the humans can do. Here's what the vampires can do. Here's the idea. And then in that explanation, they're like, basically, there's going to be, and and I quote, there can be some light story to it. Going into this, most of us didn't have very deep narratives to our characters. Light, yes, light narrative. If you, and the thing was, if you want to do narrative, you were awesome. Good. I'm glad. Exactly why I was terrified. It was like only wanted, yeah, make it out. Yep, exactly. And so when we, after day one, I kid you not, a lot of us, even myself included, redid like our backstories. And like or not redid, but like added more to our backstories. And like added more, because we all went in there and was like, oh, everybody has like something going on with them. And like to ourselves, we're like, I don't have like, I just made this character that just had XYZ. I didn't think people were gonna go this deep into it. And so like we all then were like, okay, we gotta like go back to the drawing board for some of our own characters. Ooh, the starting vampires were. Yeah, what did I add? Here, okay, you know what? We're gonna pull back the immersion real quick. Genuinely, I kid you not. Episode 1 was just this character who was part of an organization, but only wanted to be there for the grave. Like, only there to just make graves. He still was part of the organization, but he was only there to just make the graves. The whole work dynamic of like actually trying to find something was not implemented until I found the first book, or whoever found the first book. And then I'm like, that's also that's the secret reason why he's here, is he's trying to find all the curse books. He really was on PTO at the start, exactly. But afterwards, I'm like, this makes it more fun. And there was nothing in the narrative that needed to be like retconned or anything. So I didn't need to change anything for it. Yeah, but also it kind of makes sense of like character wise, him not mentioning he needs to find anything right away. Because as an audience, I wanted to fool y'all too. Like, I didn't want y'all to basically be like, oh, he has secrets. Oh, this is what he definitely is. He's lying about something. I wanted y'all to feel like what the town was feeling. And so because of that, uh you wanted us to make the exactly, yeah. And you did great, lovely. So yeah, but anyways, what did he wear? I'll go into that like afterwards. But for now, basically, we get this nice little conversation of like just basically explaining. I explained to Owen what my family did, who my family is, and like giving him the option to cure because everyone was an unreliable narrator. Yeah, I wanted to be an unreliable narrator to the audience. I wanted to make sure the audience had no idea of what he actually wanted to do or who he was. And just slowly slip in the clues as the series went along. And finally, thank you. Yeah, so we have this conversation. I say his choice. He'll think about it, gotta get some stuff finished up. I'm like, okay, I'll be in town. Bye. I run back in the town and I see Pyro. I then get and hit, which should have been an axe crit. I don't know how that wasn't an axe crit, because I know for a fact I was not holding W when I hit that axe crit. I then unfortunately missed the shoulder barge, and then this happens. I didn't read this. I didn't look down in the bottom left of my screen when I used my holy word. So I thought the game just bugged out and Pyro was still tier 2. In fact, though, my plan did work because since the fight, because I watched back and I saw Pyro's POV and Appo's POV and such, Appo and Pyro continuously fought, and because that, Pyro got down to tier 1. Pyro was tier 1, and because you're tier 1 means you don't get stunned by Holy Word. If Pyro was still tier 2, Pyro would have been dead. I would have staked Pyro. I would have fully staked Pyro here. But because he was tier 1, it didn't work on him, so he was able to get away. But it just meant that because of this chase also, we ran Pyro's blood bottles dry. Pyro had no, and I mean 0 blood bottles left after we chased him down back to the castle. And I even like, I'm trying to force Pyro to fight me here because I still think Pyro is tier 2. So I do make like the comments, right? Like I do make the like whole. Like I am trying to push Pyro's ego to turn around and fight me. Because I want him to get lower. Because I still think he's tier 2 when I'm chasing him. Get a sequel. Vampires SMP will not get a sequel. Because POW and like realistically, most sequels don't do well. Because they just don't have that type. And so if anything, Vampires would most likely not get a. You sound so amused. Because I was like, oh, you want to fight? Come on. And, like, I kid you not, and I'm taking this out of Scott's book, and I'm pulling this out of Scott's fighting style. After episode 7, where Scott kept taunting when like Oh, you missed a holy water. Oh, that's 2 things down. That can get under your skin, both out of character and in character, and it can mess you up, like playing. And so there's this moment. You can't take an arrow. I thought you were a vampire. I am taunting and trying to get under Pyro's skin. And I pulled that page right from Scott's book. And I want, in like going forward now in more series, I want to start doing that. I wanted to start like getting I want to start getting under people's skins in like this warfare style. Because Pyro started running, because like Pyro was on like less than half health. Because Pyro ran out of blood and was on hunger and like didn't have any food. And so Pyro's hunger bar went down, which means Pyro was not regenerating. So he fully just started running because of it. I know you said got turned to a vampire willing or not early by someone like kill Cyrus. Paperwork then? Oh yeah, no, 100%. If he got turned and then had to be also explaining everything at Oakhurst, what happened, it would have been so much paperwork. So much paperwork. So Pyro would have died. Yeah, Pyro would have died if Pyro kept fighting. Pyro was on like 5 hearts. Like 5 or 6 hearts or something like that. But yeah, no, I took it from Scott's book on the taunting when fighting. And I want to use that in more series because of Scott. Because now I know how it feels because I've heard it from Scott and I started doing it to others. It makes good content. How do you escape? From Pyro's POV, he was far enough ahead and because of player render distance that he dropped back down, made a boat, and boated away. So that's how Pyro escaped. What was Walsh's opinion on Scott? So, like, realistically, he knew Scott was a threat. Like, Abolish knew Scott was a threat because he was being aggressive and active and, like, understanding of it. But at the same time, he was not on the list of, like, higher up because Scott genuinely didn't do anything in present time. Most of the time, the humans were the ones that put the pressure on the vampires first. And he didn't want anything to do with that. Like, it's how, like, before the fight in episode 7, like the big group fight, where Scott goes, "You burnt my mahogany floors." Like, Scott was basically being like, "You're the ones that attacked me first, so I am doing what I'm doing." So that's why. How did I meet Scott and the others? That's a long story. That is a long story. But I can explain that afterwards. But yeah. I then rebuild, right? We then see Sausage. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm gonna just play this here. Even though they weren't fully stakeable. Because Scott had enough. You look really good for a vampire. Here will my I was like, Sausage, I don't think it's the time. Like, I know you're just here to be like, look at my outfit, but also, why are you here? For a vampire is crazy? I mean, yeah. Because again, I like, you have to realize it's why it's what he said. He would like Vampire Abolish was just done being in the town. Oh, ads. All right. Pause. Pause for ads. You pause for ads. Let me know when ads are done. Let me know when ads are done. Pause. Just get Twitch Turbo. Easy. Or sub. Also easy. Yeah, no, it's genuinely this series is gonna like whatever Pow does for the next YouTube series, I think is gonna be so good. We've gotten little hints to it. We don't know what it is, but we've gotten hints to like their future SMPs as cast wise. I'm not gonna spoil anything. Don't even think about asking. But from what we've heard, it's gonna be good. I'm excited to see what they do. They are gonna do stream SMPs. So POW does have plans for both streaming SMPs and YouTube SMPs. They are gonna do both. So have no fear, they will do that. We're from Human Friends. So here's a little thing for those that are in here right now. In the organization, there is a massive collection of information, primarily on vampires, but also on other like cryptids here and there, on all the different history of different vampire families, different vampire events, and so on and so forth. Now, not everything is in perfect detail, but I mean, if vampires and werewolves can be canon, Bigfoot can definitely be canon. What kind of pose? You give them any? Have ideas? Ooh, a different pose. I don't know. I would not know. Like, yeah, archives. There are big archives. And it's like in those archives would talk about like the goldsmiths. Not like the individual vampires, but just about like the overall goldsmith families or like other vampires. And then sometimes it would talk about individual vampires here and there, but also you don't have to like read, like you have to read to find it. It's just Afterlife, Scott. Knowing about you. Again, I'll ask all that. But yeah, so basically in this moment though, since y'all are back, welcome back from ads. I appreciate it that you watch the ads. This sort of I think with Sausage is like, Sausage, why are you here? I understand that you're here and you are in full style and you look great as a vampire, but not right now. And then they have the conversation with we see Pearl and Cleo, because again, I am being wary that like Pearl will get turned, and I still want Pearl on the human side. And the reason why I want Pearl on the human side is because if we have Pearl, that means Cleo will be more passive, especially towards the humans. So Pearl's this catalyst that we kind of need to like keep alive as well. Pearl is a 2-for-1 deal. Exactly. And that's why I'm like, they can't die. Do you think we got a ceasefire? Yeah. Then I come down in here, talk to Appo. This is just a little conversation about Appo being like, yes, Cleo's possibly bad. Sauce is like, why are we working with them? Like, I haven't seen them do anything. Like, genuinely, nothing's been done. And then I tell Appo, don't worry about me. If anyone even lays a finger on me, I will just swing. And then Pearl comes back, is like, I need to go find Pyro. I'm like, we've been chasing Pyro all day. Wonderful. And then at this point, we learn that someone's been turned. In my head, I already know it's Lagundo. I know Lagundo's been turned because I just saw Ren, Martin, Sausage, and Pearl here. I haven't gotten turned. Well, Sausage has already been turned, but like everyone that's human is human. The only one that we have not seen this entire time is Lagundo. I'm like, it's Lagundo, isn't it? And so here we get into this fight. Also, fun fact, I didn't add it into my video. Right now is a blood moon. I don't know if I think I added, I think I just skipped over, but it is a blood moon right now. It is a blood moon in this fight. Yeah, I don't think I made it like prevalent. But you know what's also right that like I just didn't realize because the textures are kind of similar? What's in my hotbar right now that isn't supposed to be there? Or technically two things are in my hotbar right now that aren't supposed to be there. One's more important than the other. Camilla AJ, thank you for the 2 months of tier 1 now. I appreciate it. You stayed for a whole other month. The cobblestone. Not my silver blocks. It's the cobblestone. Also, I have baked potatoes instead of steak. That's not like too important. But I thought, because I was building the walls, so I switched the cobblestone with my silver. Tipped you off. I wasn't. My view isn't down here. I'm looking here. I'm actually looking over here in my POV. It's talking to me. No. And so I don't realize it. And so the only time I realize it is when I should have done it afterwards, is when I Martin uses Holy Word and like freezes everybody here. I then notice, I see Scott. I barrel into Scott because I'm like, I just need to try to get Scott low. Then freezes. I'm like, okay, Drift's the farthest away right now. I'm going to try to just kill Drift. I placed cobblestone down when I should have placed silver down here, not thinking about it. The other issue with this fight is that it's a blood moon, and Scott is already slippery enough as a vampire, and I don't normally fight like this, but dealing with PvP when a vampire has, I think, speed 1 or speed 2, but also they have jump boost 2, is the most annoying thing to deal with. Because it's not so much Scott is difficult to kill, because if it wasn't a blood moon, I mentioned the blood moon after this. If it wasn't a blood moon, I would have been able to deal with Scott more. Because Scott keeps jumping around with speed and jumps over cobwebs. Also, by the way, ping difference here. I want to clarify ping difference. Scott is clearly in this cobweb. But because of ping, the server registers that he's already on the floor before I place the cobweb. So he actually jumps out of the cobweb that I placed down because of server registration. Because of ping diff. So Scott doesn't get trapped in here. If Scott got trapped in here, I would have started wailing on Scott. So this happens. I then try placing down a block, thinking it's silver. It's cobblestone. I then think Scott's going to land somewhere around here, so I just predict fire the arrow. He's just one block farther back than where I think he is. From where, like, I actually shot... From where I think he was going to land, because of jump boost, you can have a lot more movement falling down. And so he's just right there. So, like, I'm trying to predict where he lands, unfortunately. Can you explain the demonic screaming audio when severely damaged? Oh, no, that's just for scare factor. It's just to make it seem like it's a helpless situation. Like it's just this. Like realistically, in this fight, the spider did more damage to me than Scott or Drift. The spider did more damage to me because Scott only has 2 hearts on me right now. And then I reel back up to 1.5 hearts. I then place the silver block down. Gets 1 more hit. And then a spider starts wailing on me with Scott hitting me with 1 arrow. I am dealing with this spider the entire time. Realistically, I think I was on like 5 or 6 hearts by the time I run away. Yeah, like I am on 5.5 hearts. And if I ate food, I would have been back up to 6 easily. Like I'm not actually super low. I am only at half health. Yeah. So, well, here's the funny thing, right? Here's the thing in this situation. I accidentally self-nerfed myself in this fight. And you might be asking, how, Abolish? How did you self-nerf yourself? Every fight that I have been doing in this game, I have not been using my abilities. I could have turned on Turn Undead, which then made it so no hostile mobs would target me, which means the zombie and the spider wouldn't have gone after me. I never used Lantern Thrash here because I forgot I had the ability to set a firewall around me, which would then have put fire on them. I never used my own Holy Word. I had Holy Word here. I could have re-stunned both Scott and Drift again and then resituated myself. I then also had my personal ability, which I never got to actually properly use, which this would have been a great time to use. It's just I got it so soon that I forgot about it. My own Holy Stand ability, which lets me place down a mini beacon, which gives me regeneration 2 for 3 minutes. I had 5 different abilities, but I went into this combat as if it was vanilla PvP. I probably could have killed Drift and Scott here if I didn't accidentally nerf myself. Oh my gosh. It's the funniest thing. But I think it's good that I, like, story-wise, I, like, out in character, I would have loved to kill more vampires just because it would have been cool. But, like, I was so vanilla PvP brained and like vanilla PvP coded that I forgot we had special abilities. Because I could have instantly killed Drift if I placed down the silver. I then, if Scott chased me, it could have done holy word Scott. I then could have killed Scott in fire. I then could have placed down my beacon while I was fighting Scott, so I would have had as much regeneration, if not more, than the vampires. Yeah, no, more people lived because I accidentally nerfed myself. No, yeah, both. No, it's not just V abolish. It's also creator abolish. Who's too used to normal PvP for using special abilities. But here's the best part, though, chat. Here's something you all need to learn about me. As soon as I realized my mistakes from previous, like Minecraft competitive events that I do, like Minecraft events or things that I go through, after I realize I made the mistake, I don't make the mistake a second time. So if wherever there is another SMP where there are special abilities, I am abusing and using those as much as possible. I am going to use them as much as possible. Because I didn't use any of them until episode 7. And now we're 8, so I kept forgetting we didn't have them. So, that's a fun thing. And, like, realistically, yeah, like, Scott chased me, but also Scott stopped chasing me, like, halfway. But ultimately, I wouldn't have died here because Martin and Ren are also here. So, I wouldn't have died if Scott chased me. In fact, Scott might have had a harder time because then it would have been him versus myself, Martin, and Ren. So future people will suffer. Exactly. Yeah, Scott didn't want to kill me. Scott wanted to kill Lagundo more than anybody else. And so, again, because of story, he left. You said exactly like Scott now. Exactly. No. Look, when you're around someone long enough and you watch enough of their content, you're gonna start taking their mannerisms. Scott low-key did get everything he wanted, and there's a reason why. Take the accent too. I can't take the accent. Yeah, so after that fight, I then say the only reason they lived is because of a blood moon. Because if there was no blood moon, Drift would have been dead because Scott would have been slower to actually catch up to me landing that final hit. And then Scott would have had an issue because Scott then would have been having jump boost nonstop. So like they did get saved because of the blood moon. And started thinking I'm in Green's voice. Yeah. For fights he has to and play social game and the rest of the time. No, exactly. It's the right way to play it. What was I gonna say? The other thing, well, I forgot what I was gonna say, but oh well, yeah. Anyways, though, Blood Moon self-nerfed, yeah. Like, not so much, because like once I started the fire and healing myself, the vampires definitely could have ran away. It's more on the line of like I could have stayed longer in the fight if I actually used my abilities on top of how I normally PvP. Big jumps as well, yeah. And then as we're running, Ren thinks Cleo did something. Pearl then tries to protect. Pearl tries to protect Cleo. And again, this is why I said, if every human killed every vampire, the humans, and in Pearl if Cleo did not want to be cured, we would have probably had to kill both Cleo and Pearl. Because of how much Cleo would protect Pearl with her life. Even in this one right here, when it was just by confusion. So we have this, we talk. I then realize I'm head back in the town. Reason why I head back in the town, again, out of character. We can't really message each other. We can message each other on Discord, right? But because of the fight and because of everything that happened, got pulled away, Owen messaged me just being like, hey, let's finish our story B. I've done what I need to do. Just so it wasn't like loose ends, so we can actually like finish this up. Would he still fought them all? Depends. If it depends on how I wanted my character to end his story. Depending on who was left, depending on how he would fight, and depending on how many vampires were left, I definitely could hold a fight. But also at the same time, I am a content creator as well as a player. And if this was just a pure game, I could have held out for however long I needed to win. But I also know it doesn't make fun content, so it just depends on if he was to like just get turned or not. If that just makes it easier content wise. So yeah, basically come back here. I find Owen. I say, so are you good? He says, yes, we're cool. I say, great. He then talks to me about stuff. I think I'm gonna make there's a little like I think I want to do a TikTok / YouTube short / little Twitter post. With one certain scene as a blooper, one final blooper. If Apple used the stake on Scott while he was weak, well, if Scott was low and he got staked at tier 3, he would have gone down to tier 1, and then he would have to get staked again. No, never was. No, that's what I'm saying. If Scott was weak at any point and Scott got staked at tier 3, Scott would go down to tier 1. Oh, when Appo kills him multiple times? Scott... Well, the final hit would have to be a stake. And if Scott was tier 1 at that point, Scott would have died. If he was tier 2, he'd just go down to tier 1. We can... So here's the thing. We can only permakill up to tier 2 by episode 6 or 7. So at episode 3, he would have to be tier 1. That's why staking became way more valuable. There was a conversation that vampires at tier 3 could have been staked, but we chose not to. Decide that. So the reason why vampires were then being able to be staked at tier 2 or tier 2, then possibly tier 3, is you have to look at a creator perspective compared to how they tested things. From a creator perspective, even though we know who the vampires are, we aren't allowed to permakill anybody until what was it, episode 6, I think, is technically when we were actually allowed to permakill. The issue is, imagine a recording session is only 2 hours long, right? So if you actually want to kill, permakill a vampire, did human permadeath if they were killed and still have hearts? Unless they had it toggled on, no, they would just lose 1 heart. Or if they had the don't be turned toggled. So the thing was, unless you hunted down a vampire very early on and staked them or killed them early on, then they would spawn back in the castle at tier 1. As a creator, yes, the vampire is easier to kill now at tier 1. They're still a Minecraft player. They can still run away. They can still fight. And even though, because they're trying to live. So if they just played more passively towards the end of that session, any one of them could basically survive the rest of that session and then be able to get back up to tier 3 the following session. Because once you die or your hunger depleted, once you died, you were permanently at tier 1 until the end of the session. If your hunger depleted, you can't go back up to that next level until the next session, right? And this is why in episode 7, I killed all their livestock for this reason. Is because even though they were tier 1, I wanted to make it difficult for them that even if we killed them at tier 1, a previous session, it would take them longer to get back up to tier 3. And to starve them out. And then force them to also try to make it harder for them to stay up in those tiers. Because it was difficult for humans to do that, but then also us getting the ability to stake them at tier 2, it's for that reason. But then this happens, right? We then get to here, where I have no idea who permakilled somebody. For all I know, Scott could have died. I had no idea who got permakilled here. I am with Owen, heading to the mountain beacon, aka the obelisk. We are not where any of the action is right now. I didn't know it was Pyro. I didn't know Pyro didn't get a grave. cured in the place he buried himself, not gonna lie. That was pure coincidence. Like, genuinely pure coincidence. Like, again, that is an improv moment. That is, hey, if you don't want to, because I'm like, we can just cure you at the town. And Owen's like, no, 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 no. Owen thought I meant the obelisk beacon, which is the one right here. I meant the beacon in the mountain. So, like, this is an improv moment. Like, when we say we have, like, scripted moments, it's only when we want to, like, meet up and have a conversation. Everything else in that conversation or after we meet up is improv. Is entirely improv. A vampire could have found me and killed, like, tried killing me. A vampire could have found Owen and killed Owen, like, before my eyes, or like vice versa. Like, it's entirely like, this isn't like, oh, these two are here, we're not gonna worry about them. It's just no one was around us. Like, that's why we say this SMP is so, it feels so scripted because it's unscripted. Yeah, it's like, hey, and the thing is, it's before the session starts, or like maybe during the break. If someone went for him, no. Like, realistically, if it was a fight between two vampires and they were like, stay out of this, I'd have been like, okay, you deal with you. I'm not gonna fight. Because, like, again, his thing is he's being helpful to who wants help. But if another vampire has another beef with another vampire, I'm not gonna stop this conflict plot twist all of a sudden. Like, imagine all of a sudden, like, Scott pops down as a bat in the darkness and is like, where are you two going? And I'm like, oh, he wants to be cured. And then they have this, like, beef conversation with Scott versus Owen, right? And it's like, you know what? I don't want you to have this. And then, like, just starts going after Owen. And, like, what if Owen asks? Maybe. Like, it's entirely how I felt in the moment and, like, how the conversation went. But also, Owen wouldn't ask for my help as his character. If he asked, I would have been like, maybe, but, like, it really just depends. Like, all I'm here is to just cure this dude, and he wants to leave. What would have been funny is he would so be... No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it just happens. These things happen. It wasn't planned. Like, no one planned, like Pyro, quote unquote, planned his death with Shelby. Like, but that was like mid-session, and it was like not fully prompt to. It wasn't like, hey, I am gonna die today. It was like, hey, something happened, and I feel like as a story beat, my character should die here. Like, that was it. But not like, but like before that happened, any one of us could have killed Pyro before Shelby killed Pyro. In the end, with his decision, he respects the choice of Owen choosing to die, but he doesn't respect the actions of Owen himself. So similar to what he's asking. Owen wasn't a threat. Owen was never going to be a threat to me. Because in the back of my head, I'm still being like, this person could try to kill me at any moment, but I know he's tier 1. So unless there are other vampires here, I'm not going to be worried about it. And so as we climb up here, he asks, like, about the half vampire thing, half so on and so forth. After all, what paperwork? Literally, I say it in there. It's because he didn't want to do paperwork about him being turned as a vampire, which I think is the funniest and pettiest thing of not wanting to be a vampire. Is that this person who's been so adamant about not turning is because he doesn't want to get back to, like, the base of operations and write a report out of also why he got turned. He doesn't want to do more work. He's already been through enough. Legs died for no paperwork, and I saw that on Tumblr. I saw the legs died for no paperwork, and I sent that to him. Like, thank you for not letting me do paperwork. It's such a funny thing. Did the organization have a name? No, the organization doesn't have a name, and there is a story reason behind that. The reason why the organization does not have a name is because it's to protect people's identities. If you can't tie a name to the organization, it's just called an organization. You don't know what families are actually part of it, and you don't know where to look for it. Because it's not really it's not like there's no central, like, operation. Just a lurker. Oh yeah, no, I have a Tumblr. I made a Tumblr for Vampires SMP. I don't post on it, but I look at everybody's stuff about vampires and what y'all say about my character and such. It's definitely an occupational hazard. Able to stay. It's because Owen is tier 1. Owen is a tier 1 vampire. But yeah, that's the reason why the organization is. So no families can get tied to it. Not more paperwork in the end? Nope. Because he doesn't need to fully explain everything in his report. His report was just a scouting mission. His report was just, hey, I need to go a scouting mission to retrieve something. That was the report. He has to add that there were vampires there, but he doesn't have to add the, like, minor details. Unless he has to, like... It's the same thing how he reported the Moor camp by the end of it. Being like, oh, there were some, but we don't have to kill them. We can just watch them, and then just get the list of names of who we need to watch. Talked about this, but in New York... Yeah, okay, so we'll talk about the ending of the SMP at the very, very end. That's just a fun little thing that we all just thought was a good part. For people dying. It's just you just, like, add it in there. It's not a lot of paperwork. But we have this conversation, and basically we talk about it. I give Owen the book, and we sort of, like, explain stuff as we go, right? Avid if you count 5, yeah. Legs if you count 6. Missions, or as he's seen crazier. It's one of the more unexpected missions. He's seen crazy. He's dealt with crazier. He's dealt with pure just kill on sight. But like, realistically, this has been one of the more unexpected craziers, because you think it's just a reconnaissance mission, and it's not, and you have no supplies. Because you have to think about it. He went into this mission just to find some books, blend into this town, building a grave, and then leaving. He had no supplies to actually kill anything on site if need to. So that's why he got so prepared so quickly. What's this man's kill count? Enough. Y'all don't need to know. How old is he? 25. But yeah, so we have this moment. And then I say the chant, right? It's not 499. It's not 499. I will tell you that. So I say this chant, right? You know how in Minecraft there are always moments that can just be scuffed in lore, right? I want to take this scene right here and make this into a blooper. Because there is such comedic moments of this scene because of how the coding was. No, I didn't miss the potion. All I had to do was hold on. So how this force cure works is I hold on to the potion. I then type out the prompt. And if they're near a holy beacon in sunlight, and then I say the person's name, they should be force cured with the prompt of, do you choose to be cured or do you choose death? Right? That's how that should go. But the code didn't work. So I say the prompt, I type it out, I press enter, nothing. Me and Owen go silent for a few seconds. He's like, "Did you do it?" I'm like, "Code didn't work." And he's like, "Okay, give me." I'm like, he's like, "Okay, maybe give me the bottle, of like the potion, the holy word." I'm like, "Okay, toss it to him. Do the prompt, say the command, press enter, nothing." He's like, "What's going on?" He throws back at me. He looks back at the potion. So, fun fact: the holy water that you make, that you throw on people, is a different set of prompt items than what is actually needed to cure somebody. But it's not supposed to be. It's typed out differently in the code. So it takes 3 tries to cure this one vampire. So I want to ask Owen if I can, like, probably today or tomorrow, like, probably tomorrow or Wednesday, being like, "Hey, can I take the little code error that we have and turn it into a little blooper?" No, we don't have to pause the session. We just kept the session going. Owen just put himself and gave him the item. So, yeah, very, very funny moment. Like, they're so... Oh my gosh. There's not many bloopers in this series, because, again, a lot of it is just improv, but when stuff like this happens and stuff just accidentally, like, breaks, it's just funny. No, well, to get cured, yes, but I'll explain that. Yeah, then you just jump straight back into roleplay. Of after... No, he would not have been. If there's a vampire, he's not scared of them, because he knows how to deal with them. Yes, they can be scary, but he's never too frightened to, like, face one. He's done this enough. In this scene, thank you. He's not scared of Bigfoot, no. And then... Bamf. And then we get this nice little comment that I made, that if you've only seen Owen's POV, you don't actually hear me say this. What timeline is SMP? Don't know. We don't have an exact timeline of paperwork. He's not scared of it, he just doesn't want to do it. But yeah, so then this happens. So I say the lines, "You could have been 2. You were just dealt a bad hand." Because I'm not saying that he was a good vampire, but I'm saying he could have been a good vampire. It's just what he had to go through made him this way. And so because of that, this is also, again, Vampires Abolish is he has emotion in the sense that he does understand where vampires come from. So if this is the same thing for Pyro, he would have done the same thing for Pyro, made a grave for Pyro. It's just that both in character and out of character, I had no idea Pyro died. And so if any vampire did this, and also any vampire that Abolish would have perma-killed, he would have made a grade for them. Now he doesn't do that for every vampire, but the ones in Oakhurst, if he perma-killed them, they would have gotten graves. Did he make a grave for Legs? No, because he's not the one that perma-killed them. It's only the ones that he perma-killed. Who made it? Cleo. Most likely Cleo would make the grave. So yeah, that is a little story beat for y'all. Little canon out of thing that you wouldn't see. Twist the steak, why don't you? But yeah, so then I did a time skip. Okay, so here's the thing now. After this moment right here, Owen is now in spectator. I am pulling back the veil even more. I am pulling back the veil of the curtains. Owen's now in spectator after I kill him, right? Or after he's choose to die, right? He flies around and flies over to the castle. In mid-castle conversation, it is like Scott, Pearl, Cleo, and others talking about and overhearing about the cast out mechanicking his mechanics and finding a way for everybody to go and like for everyone to leave. And so this is where we have to take another break. This break was an hour long. An hour long break. And we have to go and we are discussing, is this how we want the series to end or not? Because they thought of this in like improv in character wise, but at the same time, we wanted everyone to be on the same page of like, is this what we are all okay if we do this? This is where like quote unquote scripting happens. This is like the 2% of like, if anything, this ending is the most scripted stuff for it, because we have to, because each person in the VC was like, are we okay with this? Yes, no. If no, why? If yes, why? What are you wanting to do for your character if we're going into this ending? Like, trying to make sure, because we didn't want it to where it was like everybody was like, yeah, okay, and then like one person was like, no, this is bad. This is not what I wanted. Because we were also, as a cast, we also knew that like from episode 1 to 7, there's been this massive buildup of fighting. Was this massive buildup of fighting, and we didn't know if the audience would have wanted a like peace treaty. Ultimately, though, how the peace treaty ended and turned out was the secret best option. For everybody to have their ending in the sense. We were like, this is technically the like secret option for everything to go and play. And the only reason why this went into play, truthfully, why this ending happened is because Pyro died and because Owen died. And the person who helped come up with this treaty was Scott. It's because Scott knew that he was next to die. And he did not want to die. But he also knew that the remaining vampires that would actually fight the humans was him, Shelby, Drift, and maybe Lagundo. Because Sausage was kind of helping out the humans and also playing neutral, and Cleo was never going to get into a fight. And so Scott worked up this plan to make sure that himself and Drift and Shelby could get out alive while everyone else got out alive. And that was the only thing. And the thing was, it only could happen as well if Lagundo got turned. Because it got easier if Lagundo made the sacrifice to turn people and cure. I generally do think like the two biggest winners out of all of this on each side is for the humans, it's Abolish, and for the vampires, it's Scott. Like, everything had to line up to where this treaty could even remotely happen that you prevented. Okay, so the 9/11 tweets and fan art. One of us posted it in the fan art channel, and everyone was dying of laughter. Dying of laughter because of this. There's this whole conversation that we had of like, did Scott, Shelby, and Drift, were y'all like there like, were y'all in New York before it happened or after it happened? And like, Scott was breaking down of like, actually, so we were in this place before here, but then he has like this like favorite things that were from here. It was so funny. Like, genuinely one of the funniest bits of discussion that we had post like last night, of just being in a completely different state, different area before coming to New York. And then they now live in New York. He had to defend himself. Oh yeah, no. Here, hold on. I'm gonna pull up a little bit of the conversation if I can find it. Y'all, like, generally I scroll to the fan art of this channel, and there is crazy fan art. It is such good fan art. Like, it's so good. Y'all are so talented. Like, so talented and impressive what y'all do. Okay, yeah, so C's fan art. Owen responds to this going, abolish looking at watching looking at the attack like this better not be his doing. My response to Owen is, he's off the deep end, hasn't he? And then we have discussions, and then I asked the question if it was before or after. Like, did they go to New York before or after? And then Scott has this whole entire like workaround plan, which I don't know if I'm allowed to say or not. Nothing wrong with it, but like just because. But the idea is that I'll basically give roughly, but basically Scott, since we're in this timeline now, because Scott also mentions he had no idea, like, he had not once did his post credit scene did he think of the actions of what this would cause, right? And so I then realize, if that happens, that then means that us as vampires have witnessed the like, or Shelby or Drift, all these vampires have witnessed the creation of different. All this talk right from Owen's grave. No, of like different events, right? And so in my head, I'm like, the thought of like Shovel, Scott, Drift witnessing like Disneyland. Answer my call. What call? What call? Oh. Hello?
Abolish regret.
Apokuna. Hi.
Abolish regret.
Apokuna.
Why did I see a tweet on Twitter saying you are making me weaker so you could kill me off?
Yeah. I had contingency plans for everybody.
What the heck?
Yeah, no, like generally,
Choice.
my thing was if the humans wanted to leave and neither you or Cleo didn't want to turn, that means we'd eventually have to kill y'all. But y'all were
I
helping.
said I wanted to turn in character.
I know that, but also at the same time, you could have changed your mind at some point. I don't know. Contingency plans.
So, what exactly did you do to make me weaker?
So basically, when we were at the tower converting the beacon and like the mountain, and um, you ran to the obelisk and like
Uh-huh.
you got into that fight. You came back. Scott told us that like you got into a fight. So in my head, I'm like, okay, that means Appo probably lost some blood, and so I then gave you a little bit of food just to keep you slightly on top, but not enough to where it was like enough. But then also when you attacked Cleo, I hit you 2 or 3 times with my axe, not a crit, just normal axe, which wouldn't
What?
do a lot of damage, but like it does like 3 hearts, 4 hearts roughly per axe, like a full axe hit into like leather armor. So like it's not gonna kill you, but it's gonna drain your blood. But then also because of that, you were so distracted on Cleo that you didn't realize your blood bar was down, so you dropped a level naturally from hunger. And then I out loud said you are weaker now, just so if any vampires around would know you were weaker so they could target you just in case. Hey, you said you were training the
You're
fight.
the reason why Yuri could have been doomed. That's insane. You're you're the reason I could have died. I was at the lowest level possible
I
by the
know.
end of the SMP.
I know.
I
You were,
had
Pyro
no
was,
blood
I
left,
think Drift
no
was,
hunger,
Shelby, I think
no
was.
anything.
Yeah, I know.
And that was because of you?
I hate, well, when you, after the Cleo portion, yeah, but I don't know if I don't know if you were 2 or 1. I just said you were weaker.
Why did you Okay, but you didn't need to announce it and throw me to the wolves. That's insane.
It would have been a
That's
great
that's
story dynamic.
insane.
It would have been a great story dynamic. Like realistically, and y'all
Uh-huh.
presented this to us in the um in like the presentation for vampires that it's similar to the idea that there is possibly a winner and it is sort of like live series but with more like role play, and you said there's possibly a winner, and in my head I'm like, I'm going to play this game cuz I want to win, and if that means I have to play in a way that is still fitting to the narrative, I will make sure the other vampires are weaker, so if I have to fight them, they will be weaker. Why do you think I starved every vampire in 7? Because I wasn't planning to kill y'all right away. It was so y'all could get to level 1, and then I could kill you all guys easier. I
I
played
don't think you
I played the endurance game. I played the full attrition game. I followed Sun Tzu's quotes of when an enemy is full, starve them. When they are relaxed, make them move. And when they are comfort, make them feel make them toil. I followed that quote to this fight for this battle for vampires.
You're a different type of mentally ill.
I'm competitive. That's what it is.
If you were in a life series, I don't think anybody would team with you.
Oh no, we made the comment of like hypothetically, me and Scott on a team in the life series, what would happen? What would
I
happen?
think you need. You know what? I think it's good for men to have hobbies. Um, and if this is your hobby, that's
Oh
that's so good.
no, but like generally though, super vampires, amazing series. You and Owen and No Name popped off with the whole series.
Thank you, Abolish Regret.
You're welcome. But yeah, that's all. That was my getting you weaker.
Okay. Okay. You know what? You have a good stream. Um, just know the entire last episode of mine,
Mm-hmm.
I was going through I was going through it. And I hope you know part of that is because of what you did now.
Oh, I know. I fully know when I watched her episode. I'm like this. She's going through it all, and I'm like that's probably because of me after hitting you a few times and making you weaker after that point. But
Abolish.
I did that to you. I did that to Pyro.
90% of the comments about my episode were, how did she live?
Mm-hmm.
90% were talking about how awful my POV was, because every single time I would have like a moment's peace, it'd be ruined in like 2 seconds. And you attributed to that.
Yes.
When I brought you down into the mine to talk about Sausage being awful and a traitor, I trusted you. I trusted you, Abolish.
Yeah. And I speak truthfully.
I'm gonna go eat something. I'm mad.
All
Goodbye.
right. Bye. Well, that happened. I was trying to fix my audio channels. Chat was Apo, was she echoey for y'all by accident? Yeah, yeah. I fixed it at the very end, but thank y'all for telling me that. Again, I don't know why, because it wasn't like that for whatever. But yeah. So, anyways, though, back to what we were saying. I said, well, thank for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. So basically, the thing with Scott, right? So Scott came up with this plan because I made the comment from a cave was in the oh, hold on. Boop. Where was it? But basically, I made the comment. It's crazy that like these vampires have witnessed things being created, and I'm like Disneyland. The thought of like V Shovel and V Drift going up to Scott, mainly Shovel, because I think Shovel and Scott live together, but being like, oh my gosh, you have to go to Disneyland, and then Scott going, what's the Disneyland, is so funny to me. As like, because this man has no idea what like amusement parks are. No, I like no has no like full like thought to the concept, right? As like it's being created. Scott then responds of like, actually, Scott would enjoy Disneyland because he would like all the villains. Frag thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Scott would actually like Disneyland because he would enjoy all the villain characters. And would be showing Shelby the one for it. And I'm like, oh, that makes actually a lot of sense. It's like, you know, the characters in like movies where they're all like menacing and scary, but there's just that one or two things that like piques their interest and makes them all like so like excited and happy and like small. Yeah, that's what I imagine Scott doing. It's like don't care whatsoever, and then like Disney villain, all hype about that, right? Disneyland basically a party of Scott, yeah. And so Scott goes, that and musicals would be his two fave things. And so Scott then comes with the idea that they would be living in Florida because of Disneyland Disney World until 2005. and then goes to New York to be closer to Broadway and for Shelby's Publishing in 2006. Talking about himself, yeah, basically. Moonlitson, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. But yeah, so that's the whole like story with that. 4 years in the clear. Disney World cover story. But anyways, back to this though. So we come on here. I then meet up back with them. I tell them about Owen. I cured them. Martin thinks I got turned. I said I didn't. I'm telling it's with the books and explaining that to them. Right. We then get to a point where if I want to fast forward a little bit more. We get to here. And Apple's like, it still stands. I'm pausing it here because it's a very like funny moment. I was just like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to. I don't want to be here. But yeah, so basically that happens, right? And as both a creator and like and in character, I'm starting to realize doing little like mini story beats here and there is just funny. So there's a big time skip here. Realistically, there's actually a big time skip here of a lot of the humans were just waiting around the beacon because like we said, we're kind of going into this waiting for this treaty to be presented to us. Cleo! Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you all had a wonderful stream. What y'all up to? We're just finishing up. Well, sort of finishing up. I'm doing basically a director's cut of Vampire SMPs. Whoa, a lot of follows. A lot of follows. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. A director's cut and like sort of unpausing and pausing the video as it goes on, explaining things, how it was behind the scenes, and like answering a bunch of questions, especially afterwards. So a lot of big vampires lore and yapping, a lot of stuff uncovered. But yeah, welcome on in. Hope you all had a wonderful time. What were y'all doing? Whoa. Silent Sorby, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. And also, Raven Ori, thank you for the bits. Oh yeah, you also missed a crazy call from Apo because Apo learned that, and also this is for everyone. This came from Vampires Lore and Yapping. Sweet. Yeah, I was explaining for those that missed it early, and then Apo called me because of it. I made contingency plans for every single vampire in Vampires SMP in order of who needed to die first in game, but then also Duke Rance, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. But also what order do they need to be eliminated? And so for Apo, and this is another thing, I basically didn't care about killing them as much early on. I just wanted to weaken the vampires because I starved them out in episode 7. And since I was constantly, where was Cleo? Cleo was at the very end of the list for a very specific reason. But every vampire I fought, even if they got away, I was fine with because I knew I was slowly dwindling away at their. I'll explain why. I'll explain why, Cleo. I'll explain also. I'm giving you VIP just so because you've been in cast. So, but the No ads. Okay, we'll wait for the ads. We'll wait for the ads real quick. We'll wait for the ads, chats and subs. We'll wait for the ads. So I'll explain this. We will wait for it. Yeah, big long session. Hold on, but I got a message real quick. Let me reply. Oh. Not in ads, what's going on? It just happens. Some people get it, some people don't. So we're just kind of waiting right now. But I hope you all have had a wonderful time, and hopefully you all enjoyed vampires, and hopefully you all had tissues for vampires. Going to New York. Did you see the Tumblr ones? Specifically, I don't know what you mean by did I see the Tumblr ones for New York. I'm not sure, but I will explain all that once we get there. Cried so much, yeah. 30 seconds for ads. All right, we got 30 seconds, chat, and then I'll explain my reasoning and method. Also, thank you to all the follows and subs recently, especially post Vampires, the finale. It's been incredible. Very much appreciate it. 1 minute 30. All right, well, wait 1 minute 30 for ads. And loved it. I'm glad. V Abolish has a lot of good memories before things went sour in Oakers. Like, the thing is, he's like, oh, this place is nice and interesting. I can see why people would want to live here. It's just once the beacon happened, he realized there are vampires around, and so that's when he's like, okay, I can't enjoy it as much as I want to. Highest kill count? Not me. I canonically, in game, I only killed one person. In game, I only killed one person, which was Shelby. Every other time I tried fighting a vampire, they'd run. No, in backstory. Y'all don't need to know how many killed. Y'all don't need to know how many I killed in backstory. In backstory, I killed enough. But in Oakhurst wise, I only killed one person. 29,120. But like in Oakhurst, I only killed one person, which was Shelby. What do you mean enough? Y'all don't need to know how many I killed. But yeah, anyways though. Two technically, but yeah. So going into 8, I played this game a bit more like a social game. The reason why is I knew the vampires had some inner turmoil with not liking Apo, and then also not liking Owen, and then realizing midway through not liking Pyro. So I played a bit slower and not as aggressive because I know the vampires are also trying to kill each other. On top of that, though, because I knew I took out all their livestock and food primarily, and also for some reason in episode 8, the animals weren't spawning as much, vampires had like no food whatsoever. And the humans were living their best life with not worrying about hunger because we had so much potatoes and cooked stuff. Because of this, though, I had a list of who I wanted to be weakened or in 38 minutes. Well, happy early birthday. And I wanted vampires either dead or weakened in a certain list. And that list went basically Owen Pyro, either or, Scott, and then Sausage, then Shelby, Drift, either or, and then Apo, and then Cleo. And the reason why above Appo, it's the only reason why Sausage above Appo is because Appo was helping us, and Appo wanted Sausage dead. Again, vampire turmoil. So, here's why. You eliminate Pyro and Owen, leaving Scott. Scott then at that point only had Drift, Shelby, and somewhat Sausage helping him fight. We had technically Appo on our side, and Cleo was staying in middle, not fighting at all. Because of that, I also wanted to know that even though Appo was helping us, I knew if neither Appo or Cleo wanted to be cured, they would both have to die. And so I know I could get away with Appo not making Appo weaker by basically Appo went to the obelisk. Scott told us that Appo was in fighting multiple vampires. And then when Appo made it out, I gave Appo only like 2 to 4 pieces of raw meat, and that was it. So that barely fills up any hunger or any blood bar back. Then when Appo saw Cleo and started going on a rampage, I hit Appo, I think, 3 times at different points with my silver axe, which does about 3 to 4 hearts, which then forces the blood bar to go even lower. Then, because of Appo having a conversation and arguing with Cleo, Appo didn't realize their blood bar was low, didn't eat, and which set them down to 2 or 3. I think down to 2 and then eventually down to 1. Once we learned that Appo got down to a lower level, I intentionally called out I was swimming in blood. Yeah, I realized that when I watched your POV. I'm like, Cleo has so much. Cleo was living after you kill those chickens. I'm like, you're fine. You're perfectly fine on what you have. And Cleo had Pearl defeat, exactly. And so after Appo got low, I then called out and said out loud, "You're weaker, aren't you?" So if any invisible vampire was nearby, would hear that, so they would go after Appo. Because that means if Appo did die and there were already less vampires, that means that's 1 less vampire for me to deal with. Now, the reason why, and the same thing for Pyro, like every hit I got on Pyro, I knew eventually Pyro would run out of food and blood and would just be stuck on level 1, and which did happen. Pyro, yeah, Pyro. It's so hard to say just Pyro instead of Pyro. War of attrition, exactly. It's Sun Tzu's methodology. Hold on. What's the exact quote? Pyro. What is it? What is it? Okay. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. If Pyro dies to Shelby. No, exactly. But that's because we got Pyro down to 1, and Pyro could not get back up. Here it is. When the enemy is relaxed, to make them toil. When full, starve them. When settle, make them move. I basically was doing that with the War of Attrition on the vampires since episode 7. And because humans could endure out way longer than the vampires, because realistically, if there was not that peace treaty, the humans would have won. Because once we got rid of Scott, and Scott would have not had a great time fighting me, Appo, Ren, and Martin, it would have just left Drift, Shelby, Sausage, and then Appo and Cleo. Appo was already weakened. Shelby and Drift were also semi-weakened, but also not enough to be a harm. Sausage just got to 2 or 3, but even then Sausage can't fight on his own. Unless they kill Appo, which Apple could have then died and Sasha's could have been healed, but that just depends, which then just leaves Cleo. The thing is, I left Cleo last because if we had to kill Cleo, if Cleo didn't want to get turned, it means we'd also probably have to kill Pearl, which means it'd be a human vampire versus 3 humans in a fight. Which I was ready to kill Pearl if I needed to. In episode 7 and somewhat 8. You're welcome for that, Apo. I started doing things. Heinless and Shelby and Drift. I just know as a creator, Sausage is just aggressive. Like, Sausage would just play into the, I'm a vampire now, I'm going to attack all of you, raw, and just full go for it. And so that's why. And Apple was helping us. So. Oh, I kid you not, chat. So everyone that's new here, there is a scene in, where is it? Super early on. I go into, once we're doing the, I don't know if it's actually going to play or not. Once we do, like, fortifications and everything. I was like, military organized, all humans to stick to. No, exactly. You helped a lot. You were basically like, no one leaves. No one stays around anybody. Or Pearl dies. You see what I've done it and spent every day figuring out how to poison you. Oh yeah, no. Like, that's why. That's why I left you last. Because I know you and Pearl were basically protecting each other 24/7. But I found gunpowder in the storage of the vampire's chest, and I had some gunpowder back in my house. So after episode 7, there was a possibility that my cobweb combo was going to get nerfed a little bit. I did damage testing, and TNT explodes in 4 seconds. So Holy Word is 15. If I double cobweb a vampire, encase them in cobblestone, double cobweb them, and place a TNT block at their feet, and then ignite it, they would have either died, or because of the 50% damage reduction on everything, would have been basically one hit. So if I was so wanting there to be a moment where I could Holy Word, throw someone in cobwebs, and TNT them. But there just wasn't a moment for me to do so, unfortunately. And that's not okay. Realistically, that's not even a vampire abolish thing. That is a content creator abolish thing. That is me just being like, this would just be a cool moment. This would have just, like, in my head, I'm like, this would be such a cool cinematic moment to do. This would be so, like, genuinely, as a content creator, I'm like, this would be such sick fan art, and this would be such a sick cinematic to create. But yeah, so basically though, we get to, anyways, we're now on towards the ending, where we have this talk. Where is it? Right here. We're having this talk, waiting for the treaty stuff to happen, because out of character, we kind of need to plan this on bad side in any context. I don't know how we got no PvP and deaths with you around. I basically didn't do anything until episode 7, right? And then anytime I chased after somebody, it would either start running away, or we just never, like, finalized it. Also, I got in a fight with Scott in Drift, and I accidentally self-nerfed myself. Because I'm so used to vanilla PvP, I forgot I had my Holy Word ability still to use, my Lantern Thrash ability to use. I had an ability that makes undead mobs not attack me, so I could have fought at night. And I forgot my Holy Stand, which is my, like, personal ability, which gives me regeneration 3 in the radius in like a little bit smaller radius of the beacon, not regeneration 3, regeneration 2 for 3 minutes. So I could have self-sustained. But I forgot I had those abilities when I was fighting Scott and Drift during the Blood Moon. So I was just vanilla PvPing them by total accident. So if I used those abilities, PvP probably would have lasted a little bit longer. More people probably would have died. But they didn't because I just forgot. So that happened. But anyways, though, we get this moment where I see Lagundo for the first time since this man left in the rain at the beginning of my episode. I kid you not, how he's just walking. Like, I know it's because he's in direct sunlight and he's slower, but he's not sprint walking. He's just normal walking. And he looks like this Frankenstein monster. I didn't realize that was legs until I used Zoom. I genuinely thought vampires had this secret weapon that was just this monstrosity NPC like thing. Like in my head, and until I zoomed, I'm like, that's Lagundo. Like, in the most positive way ever, Legs' skin is so disgusting that you can't look away from it. Like, it is so off-putting that you're like, you want to look away, but you can't. And so we had this conversation, we jump over, and then we present the cure. We then learn about Lagundo basically sacrificing about the white hair thing, but it worked out. You know what? I think it fits his character way better, honestly. Yeah, Space Brownie skin goated. Goated Space Brownie skin. But we have the conversation talking about how Pearl sacrificed himself to become a vampire after curing, and Legs will basically turn us and sacrifice himself to die. And then Martin asked me, hey, do you guys want to do this? And I'm like, I've been wanting to leave since day one. We didn't have to do any of this. We could have done something like this since day one. Yeah, I mean, I want to leave. So they have the little conversation, very touching, sad moment. And then they come back and they come back down. They come in here about like peace and whatnot. I find it funny because this is like, I kid you not, this reaction right here is just this is my reaction. Because I didn't expect Shelby to kill Pyro. I thought it'd been like Scott or someone because of the whole Avid thing, right? That is my genuine being like, Shelby out of all people killed Pyro? And then being like, it's because of the flesh. I'm like, okay, fair enough, yeah. You know what? That makes sense. Sure. Which honestly deserved and fair. Killed her sire, yeah. Which makes sense. And then Scott jucks all the wooden stakes in that because of sausage. And so we have this whole turning process. Again, I don't care if I get turned. And so there's a moment from Martin's, in like a clip of Martin being like, Abolish got into character so much. This is this moment. Throw the holy water to cure Pearl after getting cured yourself. Yeah, no, like I could have done that, but I think it's more fun this way. This is the moment where I got super into character. Well, one of the moments. And this is what Martin's mentioning. It's because I make this, I say the line like, here, take uh, like take whatever vein you want. And I was wearing a long sleeve shirt or like a baseball t-shirt during this recording session. My camera's not on. I literally rolled up my sleeve and put my arm out above my keyboard when I said that. Because no one can see that. I was just so in character in that moment that I literally just rolled up my sleeve, IRL, and put out my arm over my desk and showed my veins as if I was getting it like blood drawn. That's the moment that I got so into character, besides when I was building the parents' graves. Like that's what this was. Full method acting IRL for Minecraft. Out expressions and recording. No, because you get more into the character for it. It's just so funny that it happened and I realized what I did. And then I turn. And so I'm like, okay, cool. Got some blood, was like, thank you. And then I'm like, okay, cool, drink a little blood, blah, nasty, go from there. We then get this very important dynamic between Martin and Ren. So see, this was too far in the moment to where if you're like, why is my texture pack different and such? I didn't click this button. The click here to have the creature of the night texture be applied. But like realistically, it's because I knew I wouldn't be in this texture this long. Either, yeah, exactly. So like that's why. It doesn't really matter now. But then we have this nice little heartwarming moment, and I found this piano music on Epidemic Sound, which love Epidemic Sound, and it was great because it just made every sad moment even better. Okay, out of context, like a little bit off topic, right? I don't the I'm guessing some of you have like listened to the like Odyssey, Odysseus soundtracks, all different stages, right? Yeah, right. Yes. Epic. Yes, epic. Thank you. Yeah. For some reason, the very last song when Odysseus finally gets back to his wife, right? For some reason, when the piano key shifts, it reminds me of like a part of that ending of that music. You'll hear it. Will you still love me? Yeah, will you still love me? Right here. Right here. The key shift, like you hear it, it's very similar. You evil man! I know exactly. I started hearing it all of a sudden. Yeah. Evil man. Look, chat. I just had to like say And tone shift. So basically how I so that laughter that you hear throughout all the different parts when like things are at its dire, right? When you see it in my POV when all the vampires were at the beacon and it was me and Pearl that see them, or when I was running away from Scott towards the very end, you hear like the laughter as like taunting in the sense. In my head, it's like the darkness that Ren sees laughing and taunting when things go wrong. It's just the pure darkness, not so much the vampires, but just the pure darkness, just laughing and taunting. That's what happens. It just adds so much more to it. But anyways, yeah, we'll let Ren have his beautiful, epic final stand moment. Yeah, Legs pleases being like, I didn't do it, I'm sorry. In fear. Oh no, it really does. Like, it really just gives so much turmoil. Expect it? Yeah. No, realistically, I'm like, I'm getting out of here one way or another. If I have to temporarily turn and I don't have to deal with any more of this fighting, I'm just gonna silently spectate this. There is a moment, and I don't know if some people clock it and like see it, but I see this fight, right? And I'm like, huh. Like I'm trying to like spectate from like over here, right? Just away from everybody. See, like Ren goes over here, and I'm trying to get a view from my POV, just watch. I break the block. I just break the block and jump up, go farther away, just so I can look down and see the fight. He does not care. He genuinely does not care. Oh. Let me get a better seat and see what's going on. And like, he's been like playing nice, trying to get things done, like seeing what's happened. Like I'm back here. I am watching things go down from a distance at a higher ground just so I can watch what the conflicts are exactly. Let me just squeeze through here real quick. My popcorn, and Scott comes in with the steel chair. Basically, yeah. And so we have this whole moment. Legs is upset, and we learn it's because canonically the reason why, and I know in like Martin's video, he does the slash like unturned thing, but that's just for gameplay mechanic. The canonic reason and the actual reason why he dies is because Apo already saved Martin way in like episode 4 or 5 from dying by putting some of her blood into him. And so the body can't have two sires. Episode 3, actually, yes, thank you. Episode 3. So that is like a fun little callback that allows Martin to have this like final shocking plot twist death. And because Martin dies, it leads to Ren going on a fury. And then we go back to the sad music again. And I do laugh at that comment, both out of character and in character, just because it's so funny of Scott being like, I wasn't the one who did it first. So here's the funny thing, all right? Then we get this comment right here. Like, it's all sad and sappy, right? And the piano ends. So I could have made this way funnier, but I chose not to. Originally there was a moment where I could have had the sad music still like playing and not fading out like over here, and then as it's sad music, it's just an instant cut of the music just completely gone just from this. So it'd be like music playing, and then as music's still playing, it's just instantly cut of like no music here, and the music comes back to normal with the sad music again. I could have done that, but I chose not to because it just took it was funny, but it took way like all the seriousness fully out of the video. Right. So we did that, which was great. Think of the paperwork, doc. Yeah. And then we just ultimately we are now out of character. We are now waiting for Doc to just die. But Doc and Cleo, like Lagundo and Cleo, are having their like final moment before Cleo stakes Doc. Right. And so there's a decent amount of us just waiting here that was cut out. We talked about the whole therapy session. And again, nice little funny moment here. Like it's just I'm used to, huh? Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm sorry, what? Because again, most of these vampires have no idea what I actually am in character. The only vampire that technically knew was Owen, Apo, and the rest humans. I don't even think Cleo was around when I told the other humans. It's just a normal Tuesday. So them being like, what do you mean he's used to this? Huh? What, huh? And Owen's dead now. Exactly. But then we die. And so another, like, there's a lot of moments where where there are. Owen did to himself. Yep. A lot of moments where it's still like sad and be like, well, you gotta go. My tone shift of like, all right, cool, we're done here. Time to cure me, so I can leave. Time to go. I'm out. Like that was just what happened. Now, another funny little story beat. is this moment right here. Bro, bro did not care. He did not care. Get paid overtime? Yeah, he got paid more for what he did. Did Pearl even know the spell in process? So, like, realistically, all we had to do out of character is type a command for the spell to work. There were two different versions. There was the one you have to do for yourself and the one you were force curing. I was doing the one for myself. But there's a fun moment right here. We'll say here for now, right? There is this little jump cut because we were having such a long discussion that it was about to be turning night, so we stopped time. The daylight cycle stopped time, but it was already too far ahead to where when we tried doing it, Pearl splashed holy water on me just for dramatic effect, and I did the command, and it didn't work because it needed to be doing it in the day, which was the funniest thing, because then you see Owen come out as spectator and be like, gosh darn it with this code. He's like, gosh, are you serious? Like, because he tried already, he's the one that like froze time to make sure it didn't happen. And he goes in the creative, give Pearls another like splash thing, pulls back the time, and then like bamfs out of existence. And it's super funny, right? Because of that. So we get this, we're all here. I get splash potioned, and then I zoom on the beacon back and forth, and then there is, once I turn, once I get cured, the beacon gets snuffed out. Vampires Ex Machina. And it's now a blackened beacon because it's now has been snuffed out. Out of character, we don't know if the beacons would have been relit next session. We don't know that. We don't know if these were permanently snuffed out, which means they would no longer give like regeneration or work. In that regards, right? So if they were a one-time thing, that means canonically only 7 people could have been cured in vampires if we did more curing. Yeah. So technically, half the cast would have died if we kept the cure route going, minimum. Unless we did more cures at one beacon, like around it at one time. We don't know how that would work or not. When Owen was cured, because Owen's wasn't volunteering. Like, Owen's cure was not a volunteered cure. It was a force cure, which are two separate things. The force cure doesn't take the life out from the beacon. It takes the life out of the person if they are rejected. The thing is, though, right? If Owen accepted the cure, then the beacon probably would have gone out. But since Owen chose death, the beacon did not get snuffed out. You can't force cure everybody because you need to still do the other process of killing a sire, going through the motions, being day, all that. Ended it like just everyone can't capture beacons, so maybe, or it would have just been left to fight to the death afterwards. And if you die or get turned, you can't become human again. We don't know. That is something we do not know. Also, fun fact, with this mod, once you get cured, it like teleports you somewhere else for a brief moment. So my flashback got really wonky. So I had to like time this all like suddenly. It was very, very weird. But now here's the thing, right? Even though I am cured, I think I visually broke something. Because right now, out of character, I still have 3 hearts in my blood, and I still have a blood bar. But I am human. I am human at this point. So that's why I make the reference of I still feel hardy and I still have like a little bit of blood left in me. That's why I made those comments for that. When he leaves Oakhurst, chat, he is human. As the creator of this character, he is human when he leaves Oakhurst. I will explain what happens afterwards. But we basically get this conversation, right? And they want me to leave, but I want to build my grave for my parents. And so we go here, they go, and we get this sad dialogue. I'll say what 499 was. We get this very sad dialogue of myself doing a voiceover, talking to my parents as I'm building this grave. And you also learn their names, Ulrich and Rhea. Velok is the father and mother to abolish Velok. That's the first time you learn their names. Well, yeah. And also, this is the first time you see the abolish have a genuine sad emotion. This is the main part of the series where you only see him have actual emotion. Now, he has emotion outside of Oakhurst, and he does get upset and such, but through the entire time of Oakhurst, you do not see him be sad whatsoever. This is the one time. And I genuinely, as I was building this grave, started to get teary-eyed and started to get that like frog in your throat when you start getting sad. And that's why when this also shows that all the beacons have been turned, right? All beacons were turned. Yeah, so basically, right? Fun fact: you know how the humans, if the humans turned all the beacons, right, they would get all vampires went down to like 3 hearts, which is basically one shot stakeable. Yeah, if all the beacons got turned by vampires, all humans get permanent darkness. This is what we would see permanently until we cured a beacon. This was a permanent effect that if we got turned out of. Muddlepud, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Like, I could run to a beacon blind with this darkness. I could understand if I started an Oakhurst, I can go where all the beacons are. I can map that out of my head. If they're all holy, the vampires would go down to 3 hearts, which means they're one shot stakeable. Sweat, yeah. Jumping a human, way more dynamic and scary. Exactly. And the darkness added a bit more focus on the grave. No, exactly. But then we have here, and you can hear it in my voice that I was actually crying or like getting those emotions. You can hear it in my throat. You can hear it. The compass book would actually be useful at that point, yeah. V Abolish does go back to Oker's graves. He does go back to the graves that he made for his parents. He does go back to the other graves as well. He does do that. And again, he does apologize for what he did because it was just autopilot mode. It was just what his reasoning was for this choice. Well, it was raising me as your son, right? Like, thank you for raising me as your son. Like, well, it was thank you for raising me, your son. Like, comma, your son. Uh, practicing what? To be more specific, the cobwebs. That is yeah. I practice PvP stuff to be able to do the to like hot swap to cobwebs easier with my keybinds. Like that was entirely just PvP practice, just normal PvP practice. And then we had this moment where Scott asks, I'm showing your page. Thank you. And then I leave. We then transition. And when I'm far enough away, I let out the loudest sigh of being done with this. Turned. It's you and he lost. Oh yeah, no, it was so. Yeah, no, like genuinely, once he was out of like earshot, he was done with the town because like it's not much more of like saying, "Oh, he's done with the vampires now." It's more like he was done with the people of Oakhurst. Because realistically, the people of Oakhurst were causing a lot of problems outside the whole time. No, it was more or less of like Morcant would go, wait a bit, leave, come back, wait a bit, leave, come back, wait a bit, leave. Like he would go to and from the spot of like the meetup. So like again, it's a carriage. So like you'd wait there for a few like same time, same spot for a day or two, leave, come back a few days later, go. Because like realistically, there was a spot to meet up at, and so if I got there before the carriage, I would have just tented and like survival and hunted until he would get there, which wouldn't be super long, just a few days, and then go from there. It's your master after seeing this. Yeah, legs died, so I didn't have to do abolish work, paperwork. Thought you were going to your no. No, like that is Morcant. This is Morcant, aka this is a Wade box. So I took Wade box's main skin that he has with the eyes and everything, and I retextured it. Got some inspiration from other Minecraft skins, and then this is Wade box doing the voiceover for Morcant. He was in there for a while. Like canonically, we as cast members of how long Abolish has like the people of Oakhurst have been in there. It's basically as long as the SMP has been going for. Like that makes the most like canon sense. So like however long we started, that's how long it's ended. So roughly 2.5 months, yeah, of dealing with vampires. And that's the other part. We could watch those that possibly could be. Oh, Wade Box voiced Morkant. Also, shout out to Owen, because I wanted to do a sleeping thing, and I took the idea of what he's done for the eye blinking and like eye movement, and I basically did a variation of it as like a way of him sleeping. So shout out to Owen and Luann for like that concept idea. Has been sat waiting, yeah, like waiting, like to and from. Like he didn't like basically how it would work, right? Is how it would work is there was a set amount of time that Abolish had to get in and out, and if he wasn't back by a certain time, they would go to try to find his body if he was not back yet, in like incognito way, like seeing if he's still alive or not. Realistically, like let's say it's like a month and a half or whatnot, right? The other half of month, right? Sleep at all? No, he did sleep. It's just also he has to be alert because there are vampires around. He slept fine. It's just also dealing with vampires is taxing. No, not send a team. So basically, he would survive. Well, no. So realistically, in a covert operation, if someone isn't back in X amount of time, they are MIA, missing in action, right? But the thing was, after the time passed, and so on and so forth, they would have been like, we needed to see if he's okay, aka them just doing recon to see if he's just needing more time than what they need to. If he was MIA, not that he was MIA. And so they would have a person just do reconnaissance and be like, is he dead? Is he alive? Like, what's going on? It's the same reason why, and it like, again, episode 1, go back to episode 1, where he makes his house. He can jump over the wall. It's an open area. He can also make his parents' grave out there. He wanted that spot being close to his house so he can make the grave. But then also, if anyone needed to check on him, leaving around those entrances is the most open spotted areas to where tree lines wouldn't block it, and so on and so forth. And the reason why he did that was in case he needs to. The other thing is that the organization realized something was going on when they couldn't get past the invisible barrier. Like, that's the other thing you have to keep in mind, is once the barrier went up, nobody went in, nothing went out. So, like, once they realize there's an invisible barrier, they have to just keep making sure, because they then don't know. Veloc, just thought it was a good name for it. As like a cool last name for new people for SPs. Hold on. I will explain all that afterwards. He just wasn't getting backup, exactly. So we then have this little bit of like, this is ARG. For context, I have an ARG that is through different SMPs and a lot of different stuff. This is the character talking to the audience, in the sense, is that he didn't do anything this time. This was not his doing. He did not interact as this character. This is entirely just V Abolish's story. And like you all, he also can just watch things happen he sometimes doesn't need to take control. He can just enjoy the entertainment for himself. So this is one of those things. And then we get a nice little bit of end credits. And also what I did for the end credits, for those that don't know, basically it's the first moment that we see everybody. This is every first shot is usually the early episodes of them. Love the font. Thank you. I really need to find a good font for this. So it's the first shot, and then the second shot is what they were all the way until the end of the SMP. Canonically, I never saw Pearl change, so I don't have any of actual Pearl turning into a vampire. So that's why Pearl is still human here. Music choice? Well, thank you. So this music actually is the main theme of Vampire SMP. I have not used this audio once for my series. So yeah, also if anyone got turned fully as a vampire, it shows that they became a vampire. But yeah, this is the main like theme song of Vampire SMP that POW Creations paid someone to compose. And I never used it once for my series because I wanted to use it as the ending. If I use it here, exactly. This is the theme song. But like, see, for example, the two different moments of when you finally get to like actually see them. Whether they got turned 3 or they just died. Be released? I believe so. POW will most likely be releasing it through Spotify and on the Patreon. Yeah, by the way, I was not able to get this shot right here. I had to ask Owen if he was spectating in flashback for it, because I got teleported. My POV visually got teleported somewhere else. So my flashback basically moved me somewhere else, so I didn't actually get to see this. So that's what it looks like when someone gets cured. Teleported, yes. So game mechanic, the server basically reloads your skin if you had a different skin or a different like file. So that's why. Use the same time, which made it really like movie ending. Yep. And then last two shots are the ending of the castle and the very last thing of Oakhurst. The wall is burnt down. The new bear. By the way, I'm just saying this right now. We should have done like just as a cool aesthetic, realistically, right? Like made inner walls like around certain parts of like the town. You know how cool that would have been? As like you had these wooden walls, but then on the inside were these inner like stone walls connecting like different courtyard houses. It would have been like it wouldn't have been as great for defensive wise if a vampire just jumped over a wall, like you couldn't catch him. But like that, I like, I like the story of the town aesthetic more, like your own castle, basically. But I like the overall concept of the castle build better. It just fits more like coherently. But like the actual story and aesthetic of this destroyed town now, crazy. Because again, in 200 years, if this curse continues to hold on to it, ads. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait for ads. Wait for ads, but I'll talk about this. In 2,000 years, or not 2,000, in 200 years, if this curse still continues, this idea that people walk up to these destroyed houses now, semi perma burnt fire that never fully like burns out until you put it out, and just these ruined additional walls that are closer inside these buildings. Crazy concept of like story lore. Ominous, but cool. The meeting Cleo and Pearl if they happen to. No, exactly. And then like they'll probably be friendly or whatever. I don't know. And then go from there. In the woods. And Ren's cabin. To be ruined again. Yep. Exactly. Crazy stuff. But yeah. Anyways, though, we all good on ads, or are ads done? Yes. Okay, cool. Everyone is back. Awesome. Or majority of people are back. If others are a little bit, 1 minute left. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait 60 seconds. We'll wait 60 seconds, chat. Actually, ad break ends in 36 seconds. I can see right now on my monitor. 36 seconds, give or take, for the others. Okay. And 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds, chat. Thing of Pyro's Nest. They'll wonder. They'll think it's a mine shaft or something. All right, cool. Mute music. Come back to here. Play this. And ending. We get a little bit of post-credit scene. A little bit of post-credit scene, chat. So yeah, and then that is my finale. That is my finale, chat. For not having starting soon, but I just don't have anything else to like play on it realistically. Actually, I could just start from the beginning again. Just have it muted and answer all your guys' questions here. But yeah. Explain, please. I will explain. I will explain. Give me 1 moment. So, one, I did actually want to have a sniper in the ending, but I know Mojang is very sensitive and very strict on what realistic weapons being used in Minecraft, especially it. So So I couldn't do that without making it seem too weird. Crossbow could have worked, yeah, but I was so far away that logistically a crossbow going that far makes no sense. Um, if you want to think he has a sniper canonically, go for it. Draw it into canon. Draw it into canon. Y'all can do that. Canonically, it is technically like a sniper rifle, but in Minecraft, the closest thing I can get is to like binoculars / a spyglass. Should have brought a blaster from Cowboys. Yeah, and because it's a POW thing, and POW is close to Mojang and such, and with those other people having like partnerships and whatnot, I didn't want that tied to them, so that's why. But the main thing is, right? How is he still alive after all these years? That's the question you all be wondering, right? So, after he was cured, he was fully cured. I'll say that. But I did make the comment that he could not be a vampire again if he ever got turned. The difference is, though, he isn't fully a vampire. He's sort of half a vampire, but not so much a Daphne in that regards. Not specifically Daphne. He, with the organization and finding the cure books and looking more into the writing and ancient knowledge, not a ghoul, not a ghoul. I am explaining a bit more story wise in canon how this happens. After years of still being young, probably into more of his late 20s, give or take, the organization finds a way that because of how good Abal is at his work, and that Scott specifically asked him if anything was to happen, the organization discovered a way to make him half vampire. Basically, he has the ability to be immortal, but he has no weaknesses of a vampire. He cannot fly. He doesn't have claws, but he does not burn in the sun. The only thing different is he is slightly stronger, and he has slightly better hearing, and he's immortal. He doesn't need... He craves meat a bit more, but he doesn't need blood to sustain anything. He's primarily just immortal. Almost like a pre-level 1 vampire, in the sense, but with a little bit more. In the sense that he doesn't burn in sunlight, and he is a little bit stronger, and he has better hearing and such. But he is basically part bat. And the whole thing with like the whole thing with being like part vampire is that with like Daphneers, the whole thing is like Daphneers are stronger than normal vampires because the more they fight vampires, they get stronger. That's sort of like what he is. Batman. Not Batman. I just misspoke. But sort of like Blade in a way. It's just that it's the idea of a Daphne is that like yes, they get stronger as they fight vampires more, but like realistically, Abolish gets stronger as he fights more vampires because he understands how they work more and he understands what they do. Does he think Scott would ever eventually wreak havoc? As long as for the amount of time he's watched Scott, not really. But at the same time, you can never be too sure. And so that's why he's always watching. It's like every few months or so, he will go back and like check on them, see what's up. But he hasn't actually, they haven't actually seen him with the half dyed hair or anything. They do think he is probably gone. He does go back to Oakhurst, yes. He does go back to Oakhurst. He does visit stuff here and there. No, so because he's half vampire now, his hair did naturally turn half white. It knows he's alive. More likely than not, yes, but they aren't too sure because he's not there for a long period of time. They would have to try to make sure because they don't know if he actually is a vampire now or if it's just someone that looks like an ancestor of Abolish. Die of old age? No, Vampire Abolish is immortal now. The only way he dies is by someone killing him. Now, in the future, if things were to happen and like they find a way where he can become an actual vampire more often, or like again adjusting this like process of like giving him the abilities of vampires without any of the weaknesses, he would try to find some methodology to it because vampires do need weaknesses if you want to defeat them. He didn't have to do paperwork for that. No, he did not. He did not have to do paperwork because that was something the organization presented to him. That was not his by accident. TTS didn't. I know TTS has just been broken for a while, but it lets me see what you guys are asking. So, but can we have a? No, he can still have children if he wants to. He's only like he's just gained the traits of a vampire. He's just not actually a vampire. Like he can still like realistically if he wanted to have like a child with someone, it'd more likely have to be with a vampire. Because explaining that whole thing just does not work. For just less paperwork. Pretty much, yeah. Yes, Modern Abolish did read Vampire's Diary. Yes, he did. So what is 499? Does he have sharper teeth? Maybe slightly. Maybe slightly he has sharper teeth. So 499 was at the very end of the SMP because I got curious. 499, even though it's very funny as a angel number and actually makes a lot of sense tied to the angel number. It was how many silver ingots I had made and smelted. I almost had 500 silver ingots by the very end of the SMP. I looked at my silver blocks I crafted. I crafted, I think, 50, about 50 or a little over 50 silver blocks. I almost had a stack of silver throughout the entire SMP. Silver blocks throughout the entire SMP. All by no farms, no nothing. It was just mining with the prospector ability that lets you get 2 times the amount of silver sometimes. But even then, I think I mined over 380 something silver ore, and then the prospector gave me the extra bits here and there. for the 499. I think I mined more silver than Avid. Of that being the angel number, it's crazy. Yeah. At least I think. Well, it was abundant in this area. But yeah, anyone got any more questions? Did CC Avid ever find out was a vampire hunter? I think so, yeah. I think content creator Avid did, yeah. How much time did you get outside of recording hours to do things in? None. Like basically how the SMP went is we had I think an hour to do quote unquote prep. But the prep is that we could not mine, like we physically could not kill any animals, mine any ore. It was mainly just build, like work on the castle, get supplies for the castle, build up the town a little bit. It wasn't for like mining resources or anything like that. I did that all while in recording. So the ball issues island. If you want to headcanon with it, sure, why not? But I don't know if you would or not. Like generally, I'm not sure. I have not my tier 3 skin I've showed, which was just been for fun. But y'all may or may not get to see it later. I might case it to y'all later. Do you think it's canon V Ball just hair and space buns? No. It's realistically his hair is like in a wolf cut. His hair is in like a male version of a wolf cut. So his actual outfit he normally wears is still nice, but it's not but it's not Butler. Basically, he wears combat boots because he needs to. He wears a bit more of like a looser base pants, almost like cargo pants in a sense, black in attire. He then just has more of like a long sleeve shirt, and then he'll wear like a trench coat over. It's it's minimal and simple, but also loose enough to where it's not like clingy to his body. But but the other thing is, was the boss a quiet kid? No, not really. Secret agent vibe, very secret agent vibe, yeah. A werewolf similar to Pearl? I have no idea what Ren was. I'll be so honest. Very practical, yes. Now that's more of his work attire, unless he had to do like reconnaissance and wear an outfit and have a whole different name, like the whole Butler thing. Yeah, it's sort of like James Bond in a sense. I do check out the other vampire stuff. I've been watching all their stuff now since it's been done. But that was basically his outfit. And then like he has like more leisure wear that he could think of. Think like nice dress shirt, nice dress pants, that type of stuff that he does wear when it's more leisure attire. Did he start working with the organization young? He started when he was 12. Technically, he started learning about things when he was 12 with the organization. Yes, he went to school. His favorite subject was science. When he went back to Blackwin, relaxed. That's what he first did when he got back to Blackwin. Or stream like some of the other critters. Possible, yeah. No, like just general leisure wear, like just like dress shirts, looser pants. Does he have a protege? He trains. He trains like he can be an instructor, but he doesn't have like a specific protege. Has Morkan and Volish ever had a bet on the outcome of a mission? Yeah. 100% they had like bets on outcomes of missions and such of like what was to happen or who would do XYZ first. Oh, and he would have recruited from Oakhurst. Um, realistically, possibly. Weirdly enough, maybe Scott for two reasons. Um, because if it's Scott, that means then the organization can keep a lot of tabs on Scott, and Scott just knows things as a vampire would for how long he's lived and the like overall powers of a vampire as such. Would he consider Apo? No. If he actually ran into Scott, Shelby, Drift in New York, pretend he doesn't know them. But realistically, it's to a point now where it's been long enough where he can. And I will say this now: he has walked up and said hi to them after the cutscene. He did go say hi. Was actually is they're just like family. That like that's what um the relationship is with the Balish and the Manor Lords. They're just family. He treats them as family. During the second half, upset, but then also happy because I was able to get the fire montage done. He could possibly consider Cleo just because of the vampire code as just like intelligence information, but not so much going on missions. Be streaming. Not too much longer. I'm probably gonna end here in a little bit. I don't know an exact time frame of Vampires SMP. Getting the money for the stakes and rent. Honestly, well, you got to think about it. If they've lived for this long and they're already compound interesting, they got money. That compound interest has been skyrocketing through the years. Favorite blooper? Either me accidentally setting Martin's house on fire, or now the holy word one. Yes, Abolish does get paid, and paid very well. After he passes? What makes you think Morkant didn't choose to be a vampire once he hit a certain age and was like, I want to still continue to teach? I've said it before. Not all vampires are good. Not all vampires are evil. Same as not all humans are good. Not all humans are evil. Being a vampire is a choice. Just because you are one doesn't make you good or bad. Doesn't tend to outpace inflation, so it doesn't actually work that like that. Realistically, they take the money that they have from investing and like the interest that they make. Also, in that point in time, like hypothetically, right? if this does take place in the 18th century and they have some money, they invest that with interest and then they put that into like the stock market and other long-term things, I think they would be fine. Because they're starting at the 18th, like if we're starting at the 18th century, hypothetically, then yes, Viabolus's parents did work in the Shadow Organization. And that is the reason why they died, is that a vampire targeted them and killed them. I would say that his ancestors would know of Lewis, not of Owen, but of Lewis. Into Blockbuster and went broke. Yes, his family did help Lewis. And it's probably why the reason they were there is they helped Lewis. And then once they were done helping Lewis, they left somewhere else. His parents ever got? I would think so, yeah. Usually an organization like that, when you attack its own people, they make sure the ones that attacked rightfully get what they deserved. We mentioned Cleo's and I see. And Great Depression. I mean, if we're like basically what Scott has done here is setting everything in New York in 2006 is now made a timeline where we are actually on the timeline of Earth. So like everything y'all are thinking like they will technically did XYZ happen and they have to go through it. Yes. Like realistically, that's what's happening. Like unless we're in a different timeline, I can't personally say if they did or not. Because we're saying World War One, New York, all like 2001, the Great Depression. Like you're starting to just be like, it's just this timeline, but it's just vampires. What's the vampires on the moon landing? Yeah. All right, though. But vampires during ever look at modern medicine and think of legs? No, I think you would like think about it, but not like reminisce on it. Just be like, oh yeah, the doc could have done something like that. All right, though, chat. We're gonna call it there for today because I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours, or a little over 4.5 hours, I should say. Look into what Scott put sleep sound. Cat redeem. All right, cat redeem, which means y'all are gonna get my cat a photo of my cat afterwards. But thank you again, chat. You all have been super, super fun. I hope you all have been enjoying and have enjoyed Vampires SMP. Now then, let's read into someone. You know what, we're gonna read into Zam. Prince Zam. We don't normally have to read into him. And Zam is on Termia, which is an SMP that I'm also playing on right now. It's a week-long SMP. So, join on the raid. You can leave right on after when you need to. But thank you all again. I will see you all tomorrow with another stream of something quite fun. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, chat, you've been awesome, amazing, and wonderful. Thank you again to the follows, the subs, and the raids. And remember, abolish your regret. I will see you all next time.